Hello again, Struck Quappa. Welcome back to another day of streaming. It will be some more Warhammer Chaosbane today. Maybe later tonight I would stream some Minecraft dungeons. For now, time will tell. I really have a lot of things I want to experiment, and one day of streaming would not be enough to test all the things I want to test on all the characters. I mean, there's 5 characters and there's so many build ideas I've got for trying out. So for now, first things first, let's go into the game and let's start as normal with either the mage or the slayer. I'm gonna go with the mage this time. I'm gonna go with the mage, and my first thing on the agenda would be to get blessing fragments, so I can test a counter spell build, because I really want to test how that might work. Some weird build with counter spell. So hopefully it ends up being fun. Last time I tried it, it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't as good. But now that we've got much more, what's it called? Much more counterattack percent bonuses. In the passive god skill tree, it should open up the possibility of this build being just as good or maybe even stronger than more regular setup. So let's see how things work out. Just quickly checking if the stream is running well. I think it is. I think it's not stuttering or anything. All right, let's go. So, what I was talking about is this thing here. Counter spell and all the counter attack damage on this side. I will try it, but first I need to count how much blessings I would need. At first, I'll probably start with half of my items being blessed for counter attack damage, and that's gonna be the armors. I don't think they've got that much damage anyways. This one is pretty close to 4000, so maybe that one won't go through it. So if I were to just take an item, unblessed item, just to check how much I would need. So 200 times 5. I'm gonna need 1000 green and 500 blue. 1000 green would take a while to get. 1000 green would definitely take me a while to get. If I die, I will not resurrect with fragments. That is for sure. So let's do some easy corn relic hunts. The ones that I know I can handle without a problem. Let's get demonic portals and this one is not bad, 350, okay. Oh, and I seem to be missing something. Shit, just a second, I'm missing something. One of my overlays, my ground control, didn't seem to have started. Or maybe it did. Okay, now it is there. Alright, I'm ready now.
May the winds of magic grant me power!
Let's do this. Oh, a greeny green on the first map. Pretty nice.
Magic grants me power.
So as soon as I get the option to get to use my Bloodluster, I will, because we need blessings. We need blessings. I know I can do easy invasions for that and just spam the easy invasions, but I don't feel like doing invasions now that we've got so much other new and reworked stuff. And hey, to both of you, to Erigor and to Kendrick the Slayer. For me, discovery potential is still a mystery, but as I said, I believe it makes the bar go quicker. And I'm gonna use. I think it's all about the. I think it's all about the upgraded relic hunt, and I think that's the only place where it really matters. And I already have Inquisitor Martyr. I pre-ordered Inquisitor Martyr before it even launched. It's just a shitty game that I don't like. I don't even understand how people can like that piece of shit game. The combat is terrible, even after the reworks they made to melee combat and in general. It's full of cheaters in the leaderboards, so you can't have a game with local saves and cheater and leaderboards. Also, the mage is so broken, and I can't respect any developer that fucks up a mage the same way New Core was it? The developers of Inquisitor Martyr fucked up the mage in their game with those stupid what's it called, anomalies, where you can end up killing yourself, where the other heroes don't have a stupid mechanic like that one.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
But hey, everyone's free to like the games they like. Also, the maps are so boring and repetitive, the movement of the characters is so slow, and it makes me wanna fall asleep when watching myself play or anyone else.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
The enemies are boring, the sounds are terrible. The skill progression and system is also super boring. The itemization is also super limited. But again, the biggest problem is the cheaters in the game. You can't have games with local savings in leaderboards. It's like as if Chaosbane now would add leaderboards when everyone can cheat, because the saves are on your machine and you can modify them with various different programs, I guess. It's fun when I last logged in, I opened the leaderboards and there was a level 9 at the top of the leaderboard, beating all the max level people. It's for one of the disciplines, for one of the dungeons in Martyr. I mean, since then I haven't walked back, but I don't think I ever will. I gave it 3 chances, one when it launched, one when they updated the melee combat, and one when 2.0 came out on Martyr.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
Well, you may like it. I mean, me not liking a game doesn't mean you guys won't like it. I mean, I love the sci-fi Warhammer 40k universe. I love the whole sci-fi part mixed up with a little bit of fantasy and so on. Having classes that use melee but also magic and also science and all of that. I really love that. But Inquisitor Martyr was just a disappointment for me, and it still is, and I don't think it will ever stop being. But I'm already done giving it chances
May the winds of magic
when it comes to Inquisitor Martyr.
power.
And I was expecting a lot more from the game, and that's probably why why I was disappointed, because I had like high expectations when it came to Inquisitor Martyr. But when Chaosbane came out, I already learned my lesson and didn't have high expectations. I just enjoyed it for what it was, and I knew eventually the game might become better and worth sinking hours into. In fact, I've been sinking hours into this game since day one. Spent quite some time doing so. Those skills still feel pretty weak though. They really need to rework the Bloodlust mode skills. Because right now people only use Bloodlust mode to farm fragments. Apart from that, or maybe save yourself from dying. So if they rework the Bloodlust so we can stop it and end it prematurely, and to also make those skills slightly stronger, it would be great. It's very strong in the early levels, but when you move on to Chaos 8, Chaos 9 and Chaos 10, the Bloodlust mode is just falling short. You can see I'm doing hits of 13, 20, 30, even 40 million sometimes. And then there's my Bloodlust skill that can do like 2 million. Big difference. Did they add always online on Inquisitor Martyr? If they added always online, they might have sorted the cheating problem. If it no longer saves the data locally. Because if they really did that always online, then they probably managed to solve the cheaters. But even then, that is not a guarantee that that they're not storing something locally and dealing with the cheaters in some sort of a different way. This is what I've always thought about Chaosbane. If Chaosbane wants to add leaderboards and appeal to the competitive players, they would wanna make us start over. And not many would be happy starting over. I wouldn't mind starting over only once. I wouldn't mind starting over with all my characters once, if I know that all the data would not be stored locally from now on. But until then, I would like to just play the way it is right now until they have a solution for that. Because with those games, the only way to get rid of cheaters, that's actually not a complete 100% foul-proof way of getting rid of cheaters, but it's always gonna be to remove the local saves and to add an online mode and to add an offline mode. The same way Wosen did, they added an offline only mode and an online mode and separated them. Although it could be done better where you can download your online save and play it offline without doing it vice versa. That's, I think, how online should be handled in games like those, where people might wanna try and experiment offline with their online saves when they're, for example, going on a holiday or something, where they don't have internet connection. So right now, my main, as you saw, my main focus right now is getting green blessings. I need 1,000 green blessings, and I got 448. I will exchange some of the others for those, because I want to try counter-attack damage build on the mage again. I will go ahead and do one of the strong relic hunts. I accidentally forgot to start an upgraded one. Legendary rank. Let's do like this. Let me see if I can get enough now. So I need the green ones. Let's transfer some red into green, like this. Let's transfer some yellow into green, like this. And now I need to bless 5 items. But before I do that, first let me get rid of all that stuff. Let's see, this, and this. So I've got new Dragon Tamer gauntlets, bracers, so no fat damage. This is straight to the storage chest. I don't think it's even worth giving it away to people. By the way, if any one of you guys is on Steam and wants some items, I've got, as you can see, 77 items in my warehouse that I don't mind giving away. Some of them are for other characters, but I've got for every character, I think. Maybe only for Conrad I might not have much stuff here. Yeah, I think only for Conrad I might not have anything to give away, but all the other characters I've got some stuff. And yeah, I gotta redo almost every YouTube video. I mean, some things I don't really have to redo much. Like for example, the Conrad video. I'm using the exact same placement on the God skill points right now. The only difference would be I'm using the amulet that got fixed, the Thrice Blessed Copper Medal. And I'm not using legendary healing anymore because I don't need it when I have the amulet. So right now, the build I wanted to test is counter spell, and here we go this way, and there should be some more counter attack damage this way, and I think that's the skill point location. Let me check where else we can get counter attack damage. There should be some way to get counter attack damage on this side. Or maybe not, maybe they didn't put counter attack damage on this side. Yeah, oh, there is some here. Okay, so on this side I can get 20%. Is there a 50% counter attack damage option somewhere? There's 20% with another. I will be very squishy, I think, with this build. Unless I get cooldown reduction and other things. First of all, most importantly, I wanna see, this is 23%. If I were to use counter spell and then change my items to counter attack damage. Right now my damage is 109,000. That is without my buffs. 191 with some of the buffs, so 109 without buffs. Okay, we're changing items now. What did I lose? I lost some sort of passive god skill. Oh yeah, I lost this one. Fortress of Willpower. So instead of Fortress of Willpower, I could try using a skill of cooldown has a chance to heal me. I don't think I would be able to get anything that great from it though. And I don't like using Spiritual Prison. It's just very underwhelming of a skill. The cooldown is not worth it, and the damage it does is not really great, especially the fact that it keeps pushing the enemies away. For the build I'm playing right now, the melee build, I want something to push the enemies inside instead of away. And keep them inside like a real prison does, instead of pushing them away. So I would need one more passive. One more passive to use, something defensive maybe. Something defensive. This gives me 20% damage, which also may not be bad. Am I using the Quay shield? Wait, did they remove the damage reduction? This one is 10% damage reduction after using Aether Manipulation. For how many seconds? It doesn't say for how many seconds, does it? I think that's while I'm manipulating the spell, so it's not gonna be that great at all. This is only for the Aether Blast, only worth it for the Aether Blast, where you do a lot of damage with it. Okay, now another thing I could try would be Quaish Mastery, or I can get that and change this to the Burning one, but I'd rather not. We'll see. This is 20% damage reduction, and the Burning one is only increasing the damage the player and the enemies take. And I'd rather have the damage reduction and survive instead of do more damage and end up dying. And we lost 15%, no, we lost 10% damage reduction, which we obviously cannot get, so I might as well get some damage. Might get this one into the mix. There isn't anything else I can take. I mean, this one can give me 10% damage, but I'd rather take 20%. Oh, another thing that is worth considering is this one. 50% counterattack damage for 6 seconds when using the potion, but the cooldown of the potion might be a bit too long for us. Okay, now let's bless my armors. What did I just do? Where did the helmet go? Wait, did my helmet just disappear? Do you see that? My items are disappearing. What? What the fuck? I just lost 2 items just by clicking on them. Oh, they got dropped on the ground. How? How did I? I'm not sure how this happened. Somehow there's a bug that causes you to drop your items when you click on them. Okay, well, anyways, let's bless them. So I want this, and then I want this, and this, and this. No, fuck. And I want this on 4 pieces of equipment. I'm thinking it won't be that great though. It won't be that great until I get better gear with more counterattack damage. So 1 item, 2 items, 3 items, 4 items that I can get with better counterattack damage, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 more items. So 8 items I can get with better built-in counterattack damage that are like not legacy items from before the Forges update, before they increased the amount we can get. So right now my counterattack damage is 31,000. I can get that to like 50. And my damage went from not so bad. From 109,000 I now have 111,000. So I've got 2,000 more damage without buffs. But I think this is because of this thing, because of this skill. That's the only reason, because now if I remove this skill, let's see what happens. Oh, still 111, okay. So overall I think they really made that build shine. And that's by just changing 5 pieces of equipment. Imagine if I change all of my equipment to match, to have counterattack damage. Right now this passive is giving me 64%. And I think I can get that to like 100%. So you can see 104% counterattack damage. I haven't even taken the 50% here, so I wanna check something. This is 32%, this is not worth it, so I'm gonna do this. So I'm losing 34 and I'm getting 50%. Actually, I'm getting 64. So I'm at 134% counterattack damage and now I'm at 72%. And this is from 109,000 damage, I went to 117,000 damage just by reworking my skills. Now let's do a relic hunt, see this in action. And this is post buffs, you know, the buffs boost this base, and the bigger this base is, the better it will be for me. Okay, there we go. Hello Hunji, welcome back. Sorry for the late reply. I was in the zone trying to figure out that setup, and I think it would be fun to test. So we'll be a little bit squishier, but if we keep our cooldown down for Arcane Manifestation, I can get that that damage reduction I'm missing taken care of. So this weird build would be pretty interesting to play. So I'm gonna get more blessings, more blessing fragments, and then try it again. I've always wanted to build with Arcane Manifestation, but before the nodes around it were just not worth investing into it. But now, knowing that there's counterattack damage there and counterspell, I think this build can be super strong if I get new items. So I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time farming those new relic hunts to get items with a lot of counterattack damage. But my guess is this 117,000 can turn into 130, maybe 150,000 base damage before buffs. And that is with a lot of defensive ability. I mean, right now I'm at 28%, 28 million defense with the buffs I've got. And I think that's kind of more than enough for a player, so... And that was without this one. Now, maybe that's the limit actually, maybe that's the limit. 28... is Arcane Manifestation on? So 20%, then this one should be another 40%. This one gives me some damage reduction. This one gives the enemies less damage to... Oh, actually this gives me damage reduction when I hit with my blade. Did they change Phantom Blade? Still 20% damage reduction. It's plenty of damage reduction that we can stack, and the damage you can see is more than enough. Strangely enough, I'm not seeing that big of a number of damage as I used to before. In my previous run you probably saw me reaching close to 40, and I've done 50 million hits sometimes when some buffs stack, but here I'm still slicing through them like butter, so far it's not bad. So for the mage, I've already got one build good to go. I think this would be it. I don't think I'm gonna change anything else other than get better items with more counterattack damage built into them. And maybe more wife drain. More health drain would also be good, but it's gonna be hard to get the perfect min-maxed items I want. Let's get some fragments, because I really need them. Come on, before it ends. Find me some weak enemies, there we go. For fragment farming, I think I should start doing some WoW level runs, WoW chaos runs. It should work well on those if I'm farming fragments. So already at the second key threshold. And I'm doing pretty well. I'm enjoying this update so much in regards to what they added, and the biggest thing for me with this update, the thing I like the most is the rework of the god skill trees. Because people like me who enjoy experimenting with weird builds can now do that. I mean, I want to do a super high HP build on Bragi. I want to make a Bragi build with like 6, 7, 800,000 HP. And I think I can make it now. I think on Bragi I can make a build with this much HP. It might be fun. It might definitely be a fun thing to try. Like a HP monster Bragi. Health monster. He's gonna be a beefcake with like that much HP. The thing is, getting that build to be viable would be a little bit difficult, but I've got some ideas. I've got some ideas how I can make a build like that work. I think health drain would play a big part, but if I don't do health drain, there is a passive skill that gives you a lot of counterattack damage, or not a lot, but some counterattack damage based on your maximum HP. But the thing is, if I take that one, I'm not gonna be able to take all the HP bonuses, and I'm not gonna be able to at the same time take fighting spirit. But maybe I can get the most basic fighting spirit and still get some crit damage. And to work that out. But yeah, this build I think is ready in regards to active, passive and god skills. Ah fuck, I was this orb. Alright, we've got the 3 keys, we can go and kill the boss now. I think he's around this way. I'm not even gonna max out all the bonuses, I'm just gonna... Let's see if I can face tank the boss. This is gonna be a test of the survivability. I survived it. I survived that big AoE. Pretty nice. And this is Chaos 9 by the way, this is not like a joke difficulty. Okay, okay. I gotta love this. Gotta love it when something like this happens. So how's my wood quality? It's still so the reliquant now no longer reduces the wood quality once you open the chest. At least the upgraded one doesn't. So that means I can go and open those chests and maybe get something more. Oh, there's an elite as well. Might as well kill it. Okay, let's do that. Let's kill those two. Okay. This one's good to go. I'm gonna revisit some other mage builds in a moment. Now I wanna go on maybe Bragi, but first let's get rid of those items. Who do you guys wanna see me check some builds out on? Feel free to say what character you wanna see first, and I can switch to it and try and make some new builds on that character. Oh, this is not a bad one. But no cooldown reduction. I really do love cooldown reduction for the chain reaction. So not bad. Vortex. See, this one, Vortex Amulet, goes very well with Aether Blast and with this passive, with the Etheric Manipulation passive. Where was it? Aether Intelligence. So if you take this passive and then use this amulet and use this skill, you're gonna be doing some nice hits, some very high damage hits. So I'm gonna be making a Aether Blast build as well, the Aether Bomber. I used to have a build like this because Aether Blast before used to be, I think, here or here, and now I can get a ton of cooldown reduction, and this is a skill with 20 seconds cooldown when I have 33% cooldown reduction. When I get my cooldown reduction to like 60 or something like that, it's gonna be pretty spammy. And the way this skill works is you can cast it, you can take it, and it stays on you and explodes after a few seconds. So you can teleport yourself into the monsters and then it would explode, dealing damage to them. And while this skill is on you, it gives you damage reduction. Back in the day I enjoyed playing a build like that and it was fun. Oh yeah, that's what I do. I already have tokens. You can see I've got where was it? I've got 5 tokens, so that's enough. I can do 5 runs without a problem. I've already farmed some easy difficulty tokens. And I only just do 1 wave or 2 waves and then I collect. I've actually gotten 2 fragments from just doing Chaos 9 wave 1 or Chaos 8 wave 1. So those tokens, those orbs are pretty random, I guess. But I say just do 1 or 2 waves, collect. Do 1 or 2 waves, collect. And the rest is just for bragging rights right now, because it's not really rewarding. So let's go on Bragi right now. The rest is really just for bragging rights when it comes to the tower. But it's nice that they made it so that 1 resource that we farm is in the tower and the other ones we just get from doing other stuff. Oh, I'm loving this armor. Karak Hirn Demon Slayer. Oh yeah, I wanna have that armor as a skin. Okay, so now I wanna figure out some builds first. First of all, this is how I play the build right now. This is the new version of the crit monster. The new version of the crit monster is this. This has already been sorted. You go for Fighting Spirit Mastered and you take the counterattack damage 50% here. This is one version. There's gonna be many versions how you can play it. And you take 14% health drain. If you wanna sacrifice some counterattack damage, you can remove 1, 2, 3 points and take cooldown, health drain HP. if you want to sacrifice this one, you can remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points and take this health drain. And then you have 48% health drain, but the crit damage goes from 870 to 696. So if you're fine sacrificing some crits but want that extra health drain, that's the option. This is the new crit monster, the crit monster 3.0, as I would probably call the build when I make it. But now it's all about the weird builds, and I want to test those weird builds. So let's reset. Let's take Fighting Spirit 1. Let's take. There's a lot of counter-attack damage on this side, which I might get. $500. 603. So another option would be to do this one. This one, look at that, we're already at 804. Before we were at 870, but we had wife drain before. Now we don't have wife drain. But this one, I want to make it a build where it's all about the HP. So I'm gonna need some more HP. $1,700. I'm thinking of sacrificing this. And grabbing, there was HP here. Fuck, 1 point really? Just 1 point, not enough. How much do I get from that one right now? 1,900. 1,900 counter-attack damage, and that gives me... Oh fuck, I messed up here. I need this 1 point. 493, so it's not gonna be that much heavy on the damage. It's gonna be a lot of survivability though, I think, with this setup. So I've got 1 point I can invest into something. I might as well go all in on the... Oh, this is 10% HP. This is definitely worth grabbing on the way. 5% HP, 20 counter-attack damage. 5% HP, 20 counter-attack damage. That wasn't a bad option actually. Instead of going for this passive and 25%, I can just get Ancestor's Gift and grab those. And I think that's a build. I think that's a build. And let's test it. So this is 603 crit hit damage without this thing being in the mix. So if I were to remove I really don't want to remove Hero of the Desert, but let's say I remove Hero of the Desert. This goes to 658. Not that big of an increase, is it? 658 versus 582. Well, it's still an increase though. But I think in order to get that to work, we might just get rid of Fighting Spirit and just don't bother with the damage part of the build and just focus on survivability. So we're not gonna be going for that counter-attack damage. We're gonna be maxing out the HP now. Let's see how much more can we get. I wanna get this one here with the cooldown reduction. Let's see, can I get that cooldown reduction? There we go, 10% cooldown reduction. And look at the HP, 82% HP. And I'm using the wrong set for this, so I'm gonna quickly change my set and rework the build to be in the same shape, in the same state. So First of all, I need those things back on this set. I wanna experiment now. Let's remove Hero of the Desert and let's put Rock Heart. Let's put this one. But do we need this one if you're not using Fighting Spirit? We don't need this one if you're not using Fighting Spirit. It just doesn't make sense to take this if not using Fighting Spirit. Maybe this one? I'm thinking of, oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. Screw this one here. Take Fighting Spirit 1 maybe. And then go all the way here. Heal Drain HP. This one, Heal Drain HP. Where else can I get HP? I'm looking to get as much HP as possible for this guy. 480,000 right now. Maybe this is an overkill. How much HP can I lose? 10%, 3. So 19% HP I'm losing, but how much am I getting? So let's say now I'm at 66% HP. If I remove this and get this, fuck, 1 point. There's 1 point somewhere. Okay, let's get rid of Fighting Spirit and try and just grab this and then get more health drain and more HP. Now we're at 59% HP, but we have 48% health drain. So still not as much HP as one might want. We could get rid of 5% HP and get 9% HP as an alternative. There's so many weird builds I wanna check, but okay, I wanna see the damage. I wanna see how bad the damage will be with something like this. And now I really wanted to use that one, so maybe this one. And I'm missing a skill, which I think I'm gonna go for what's it called? Call to Oath. So let's do this. Alright, let's check this out. I'm thinking the damage would be super terribly bad, but until I test it I'm not gonna know. Until we test this we're not gonna know whether it works or not. I really wanted to try a super high HP beefcake braggy build. But I mean I can get it to be even better. I can get even more HP if I get other passives. For example, there's this passive here for 10% HP, but we're gonna be losing a lot of damage if we go that route. I could lose this one. This one is not really necessary, and I could do something like this. Or even this. And then I can do this thing. And here this thing. And by the way, they made this spinning axe pierce enemies in a line. This is such a great change to this skill. What's my cooldown reduction, by the way? Just quickly checking, 52%. Not great, but not so bad either. $639,000 HP right now, but the damage is terrible. I mean, I'm getting 9 million at max. And before I could get 50, 60, 70 million easily. But look at that HP. Still, it's not worth it. It's not worth it having a build with that much HP if you don't have damage. So I'm gonna... change it. I think... No, I can't change it here. I have to leave the area. So, beefcake is a bust. But we can do the other thing. We can do that thing here. Maybe this one, we'll see. I want fighting spirit and I want 500, and this one would make it to... Nah, that's like just like 40, 50. Not that big of a deal, but okay. We've got some god skill points, like 1 point left. One thing we could do... 50... Let's see if I do... this. 162 counterattack damage. Goes down to 14%. And if I do this... 188. This is the better option. By far the better option. So now I'm getting 649. But if I were to do this... 740, okay. And if we do this, I don't think I can get there. Yeah, I think that's kind of a good way of having some crit damage and also not so bad counterattack. I mean, we'll see how this works. This is one way, but I still think that the other setup I was using earlier is better because of all the cooldown reduction I get on it. This one only gives me 3%, which is so bad. Maybe getting more health drain would be better. Health drain and cooldowns is what we're gonna be getting. And now this one is not 740. It's 546. Only 546. But overall that's 41% health drain. Alright, that's gonna be the second thing I'm testing. I'm gonna just do a regular hunt just to make sure I'm not wasting my tokens if it ends up being a bust. And I think I had some skill points to upgrade. I can upgrade Ancestor's Gift. Yeah, I can upgrade it. What else can I upgrade? Fighting Spirit is superior, and that's it. We're seeing much better results now. Still not as good as the results I saw 2 days ago when I reworked the crit monster with the other setup, but it's not bad. By the way, I don't think I need this one. I wanna see how much damage this skill does. Let's group them up. 11 million only, I think. Not sure this works great for me. It works, but not as good as I would want it to. First of all, what's my legendary rank on now? I'm on punishment and I'm not doing that much damage even with punishment. Okay, that's definitely weird. Still doing, see, I did like 42, but 42 million for Bragi, even though it sounds weird, is wow. For a Bragi geared as well as mine, 42 seems like a bad number. Let's try something else. Okay. I want to check. This goes up to 956 thanks to Wasp Bastion. So Wasp Bastion is giving us HP. The HP gives us counterattack damage, and the counterattack damage gives us Fighting Spirit superior bonuses. That's why I wanted to test it with this set, because this set is the best for such a setup. With the other sets, you're not gonna get that much of a benefit from running a setup with Eye for an Eye. I always wanted to do an Eye for an Eye setup combined with Fighting Spirit, and I think that's kind of it. So that could be one version of the Grudge Holder, Eye for an Eye, Bragi. Oh, and there's one thing they really nerfed, and this is this axe. This axe now gives us minus 20% crit chance, but it gives us extra 100% damage. But also another negative aspect of the axe, before we used to take only 10% more damage, now we take 20% more damage with this axe. But now there's more axes that people might wanna use, because they reworked the Heart Seeker, which I'm not sure if I've got it here. They reworked the Heart Seeker, and they reworked the Impatient, not the Impatient one, but the... I'm gonna check the name, I keep forgetting the name of those axes. But there are some axes that got reworked which I really wanna test. But my crit chance right now is suffering. I only have 27% crit chance. Would have been 27, would have been 47 if I didn't have this negative thing to the axe. Not really happy by this change. I would have preferred the axe to be 200% damage without removing my crit chance. Kind of a bet. That's one of the two things I don't really like about this update, is how they reworked that axe. But I'm still critting. Honestly, you can see I'm still critting more than enough somehow. Let's do some spin to win now. And speaking of spin to win, that's gonna be the next thing I wanna try on Bragi. Whether they fixed it so it actually benefits from movement speed bonuses, because I did have some ideas about spin to win builds, but the skill itself never benefited from movement speed bonuses. Let's wait for my cooldown and check it out. I'm changing this for this, and it's still bad. It's still bad. It still doesn't benefit from movement speed bonuses. But I want to check something else on it before I switch back to the other setup. And I'm just waiting for the God skill cooldown. Now I want to switch the God skill to the movement speed one. See, we're not moving faster, and this skill gives me 50% movement speed. This one. Oh wait, I didn't equip it. Fuck, I equipped the wrong one. But yeah, I have the 50% movement speed and I'm not moving faster with this. And this is my biggest problem with that skill, it's just bad. It just doesn't benefit from movement speed. See, I'm moving much faster when I'm not spinning, and when I start spinning it's just a bunch of BS. I think they need to make the skill benefit from movement speed bonuses, and also get more damage based on how fast you're moving when spinning. They also removed the fire damage on some things with Laceration. There were some changes to Laceration. Let's check Laceration out quickly. So Laceration is still fine. As a skill you might have some fun using it, especially if you're using the Grimnir set. Grimnir set seems the better option for Laceration. I still don't see it being that great on Chaos 9 versus some bosses that have too much damage over time fields on the ground, because the HP you're losing, even with a ton of health drain, might not be that nice. We'll see. I'm gonna complete this with Laceration until the end. This will be another build I'm gonna make, but it's not gonna be on this set. It's gonna be on the Grimnir set, a fire-based Laceration setup. But it's gonna be with the crit monster passives, not with those passives here, not with the HP giving us counter attack damage. You can see it's a bit slow when you're clearing with Laceration compared to without it. Ah, fuck, and I knew I'm gonna die eventually if I keep playing with Laceration. It's just too risky of a skill, it takes too much HP, and just not really great. You see, even with health drain, it's keeping you in place for too long. You're standing in one place for way too long, and you can try and move around with it, but it's all about stacking the enemies around you and hitting them. But for the Laceration setup, I've got some different ideas in mind. With for the Laceration setup, I want to be using this one, so that the attacks do bonus fire damage. And since Laceration is fire, that's the one I would want to be using. And this one is also fire. And the rings I'm playing, just a second, right now Oath Ring of Resonance and Fiery Ring of Tori. They're not perfect, but this one is pretty close to perfect. It has health drain, flat damage, crit chance, cooldown reduction. The only thing I would want here would be, instead of cost reduction, maximum HP. Or armor piercing or crit damage. Anything but the cost reduction would be fine. Or I don't need energy, I don't need cost reduction for this, so ideally maximum HP would be on that ring. This one is bad though, this one doesn't have cooldown reduction. Getting an old ring of resonance with crit chance, flat damage and cooldown reduction and maybe counterattack damage. Actually here counterattack damage would also be nice instead of cost reduction. It's super difficult to get a good ring of resonance. This guy is at rank 46 invasions and this is the best ring from the 46 rings I've gotten, or whatever rings I've gotten, 37 rings I've gotten. This is the only one that I've found to be useful. So it took me 37 rings to find that one. And yet it's still far from being perfect. So they really need to rework the invasions, or even better, make a rerolling system like Diablo. Rerolling system like Diablo where we can use green items to get some sort of currency or material that we can use to reroll other green items. And the same for red items when we are wobbies. Although even if they just do it for green ones, that's gonna be fine for me. Being able to sacrifice green items so I can reroll another one is more than I can ask for to fix the problem with bad RNG, especially with the invasion items. The invasion items that you can only get from there are just it's too grindy farming for good road invasion rings, and even then you might end up spending 50 ranks grinding and still not get it, and then having to create a new character because you reach a point where it's kind of no longer easy to get ranks, to get up the invasion ranks. Invasion in general is super boring right now. If they utter rerolling system, they could keep the invasion a one-time thing. Or maybe just have a limit of like 50 ranks and then end after that. So Restoration definitely not as good as Strike of the Anvil. Still not as good, but at least it's okay for Chaos 9. You can see with the right playstyle you can survive with it, but the damage is not gonna be that great. I think I can get like 30 mil when with Striking the Anvil I'm getting up to like 40 mil on my best hits with the current setup. This is not the best setup, obviously, and you're just more mobile with this. 49. See, I can probably get that to 50 something, 60 if I stack up stuff. Alright, let's finish this and go back to the setup I told you is my current one. To show you what I stopped making the new crit monster as. So it was this one here. Let's remove those points. Let's get here. Let's remove those points. Let's get here and remove those points. Get here. So this is what my crit monster looks like now. You can get rid of those 6 points and get those 6 points if you want, but this is what right now I like using as my setup. And here, what did I remove? Hero of the Desert, I think, yeah. And here I need to change the Fighting Spirit to the other one. And we're changing this to that one. And I use this setup on every set except the Wast song. Every set except the Wast song could benefit from that setup. But for Grimnir I had a laceration setup in mind, which would probably involve something like again something similar when it comes to god skills, but the overall of it would be you're gonna be using Ancestor's Gift superior if you can. No, actually not superior, you want to be using Mustard. Oh fuck, that's not gonna work, Mustard is here. Well, never mind then. But yeah, for Grimnir it might be interesting to take this one somehow. Get that bonus fire damage. I think this one would go well with a setup that uses Mountain's Wrath. Where is the fire damage? This is fire damage, and then this is also fire damage. But for that one you're gonna need a ton of cooldown to make this build work. I think Mountain's Wrath Mastered and the other ones it still needs a nerf in the cooldown. This skill can be great, but with that much cooldown it's just boring. Because you can see that does 27,000 damage. This skill does 89 with my current items. Of course, if I switch to a build with good items, you can still see the difference being pretty big. This is 1,295. This is 487. So like almost a third of the damage, little over a third of the damage that you can do with this spammy Strike of the Anvil. Yeah, it can stun, but only 5% chance, and you have up to 20 times 5% damage. 20 times 5% damage, so 100% extra damage bonus if you have max rage stacks. And that is 37 seconds cooldown with a cooldown reduction of 46%. Let's donate this. Okay. Yeah, let's do one more run. This one boosted, and then I'm gonna switch to a different hero. Oh no, let's do something different. Let's do that one. I really don't want to do this one, but I want to do it. Not sure whether that makes sense. I really don't feel like doing it, but I wanna try how much I'm gonna die if I pick the ones I want. And no, of why I don't pay Pagan Online, unfortunately. I've been hearing a lot of bad stuff about Pagan Online, like imbalance and not being rewarding enough and being boring, so I never even got to try it. I mean, if it was free to play or if I had a free copy of the game, I would try it. I mean, I would try every single ARPG there is if I had it. Of course, when it comes to deciding what to spend money on, I'm a bit cautious, because I don't have the money to spend on every ARPG out there. I mean, I would try Q Squad if I could as well. That's another game on my radar, Q Squad, more of a sci-fi ARPG hack and slash. made by a Italian small indie studio, as far as I remember. Wait, what's happening to my damage? It seems a little bit low. It should be fine though, it should be fine. In fact, it should be much better than before, just critting less. I should just be critting less but have much better damage than before. How many items have I got with counterattack damage? 1. 2. 3 items with counterattack damage. What I need to try is getting more items with counterattack damage, because I think now we get much higher percentage of it, and having a much higher percentage of it would maybe be better than investing into damage and HP items. Maybe it would be better to just get everything blessed for counterattack damage. Again, that would require me farming some blessing fragments, which takes a while, unless I'm doing some easy content where I can just breeze through the enemies. Sometimes it's worth it doing some... I think doing Tower of Chaos on an easy difficulty, like Chaos 5, 6, 7, would be the best way to farm fragments. I think that's probably gonna be the best way to get fragments on some hero that can just obliterate everything with its first, his first or her first Bloodlust. This guy is not perfect because his first ability is this one. His spin to win 1 is on the second, but when you're farming fragments you want someone that has a very strong first one. Elessa on the other hand has a very nice white AoE shot, multi-shot on her first ability. That is just perfect. Volunteer is also perfect because he has projectiles that bounce off of walls, and on the arena he's probably the best guy together with Elessa. Kiwa, her first one is something like excavation, so you're kind of meleeing only the enemies nearby, so not that great. Conrad also doesn't seem to be the best one to be using. So I guess there's 2 heroes that are perfect for farming fragments, and that's Elessa and Volunteer, if you wanna be min-maxing your fragments per hour. Okay, I should have moved from the explosion. So maybe I can go on a lesson next, do a little bit of farming, figure out some builds with her, because I really need those fragments. I want to be trying counterattack based builds on every single hero. We already figured out that the mage is stronger now with counterattack based builds than before. In fact, I'm stronger than my non-counterattack based build when I use the counterattack build now on Volunteer, which is amazing. It's nice to see counter spell getting a strong viability. Conrad also has gotten much stronger on his pistolier build. Like I did 95 million hit with him. with Pistolier, and that's without even maxing out the damage completely. I could have probably squeezed some more if I was using slightly different and better skills and items and passives, more glass cannon oriented ones. Okay, this one's been cleared. I'm gonna need to kill more enemies before I can proceed. So bad. There's barely any enemies to kill to get all those 3 chests. Elessa is getting, as I tested 2 days ago, Elessa is getting stronger on the poison spamming spinning blades build where you're not focusing that much on the health regeneration rather than spamming those spinning blades more often with cooldown reduction. So less damage. It's still doing like 40 million damage, which is more than before, a lot more than before. The summoner builds also seem to have maybe gotten slightly stronger, although when I tested the summoner build the other day, it was pretty bad for survivability, which was weird. Something was preventing me from surviving, and it might have been a glitch, I don't know. Even without heroes constantly bleed, it seems to have been dying pretty quickly. Until I removed all map modifiers, and then I could survive and finish a run with the summoner. What did I just drop? Last Song, Loincloth, okay. See, Last Song used to be the weakest set. I'm still to test it after the patch, but that would be another day. Today I think I've had enough Bragi for now. I wanna go on Elessa, Kiwa and Conrad again. On Conrad I've already figured out 2 builds, a Pistolier build and the Justice of the Empire setup. But the Justice of the Empire setup is not really changed much. It's kind of like my Holy Justice, the first version. So the 2.0 compared to the way I currently play Solon's set. The only difference is the necklace that I'm using and not using legendary healing anymore because they fixed the thrice blessed copper medal. For Kiwa, they reworked the god skills. They reworked the god skills on every character, and Kiwa does get some interesting openings of builds which I wanna try, and I will be trying those later today. There are some things I wanna test. The melee build is still pretty strong, so playing that melee build just required a little bit of reworking and tweaking of the god skills. Overall, nothing else was changed on my build, on my melee build. She did get some changes on the patch notes, but they're not that significant to make something stand out that much. The biggest change for everyone is the reward god skills. The way they place things, the way certain notes are boosted in regards to what they give and where they are located, nearby what nodes they are located. I think overall it's better. Everyone is getting less crit damage but more flat damage, and I'm liking that change, because now even if you don't crit as much, you're still gonna be doing a lot of damage. But crits are of course always better, having to crit and stuff. But now you don't have to feel bad if you don't focus on grabbing crit damage nodes in your skill tree. Because there's a lot of other good stuff like shitloads of cooldown reduction, interesting counter-attack damage builds. On Kivo, when it comes to counter-attack damage, there's only one thing I can think of, and that's more Grim Smite. More Grim Smite might work well. Man, this map is taking too long. I might just kill the enemy and loot 2 chests instead of 3 chests. In fact, there isn't enough enemies to get 3 chests on this map. This is the thing I've been saying, the developers really messed up with this map layout. Outdoors winter map layout. There aren't enough enemies, they need to add more density. I've cleaned every single enemy. In fact, if I wasn't using demonic portals regularly appear, I would not have been able to unlock the second key, which I still haven't. I'm just waiting for some more enemies to start spawning. I would unlock it anytime now though. So that's the only mess up that they still haven't fixed, and this map doesn't have enough enemies. It's a pretty small map, and physically if you wanna get all 3 chests you have to just wait for those portals to spawn. If you don't have the portals you're not gonna be able to get that. I'm not even getting an increase. You can see it's not moving, because those demonic portal enemies maybe don't seem to... Oh no, never mind, it moved. Fuck, I'm so close. Just need to get it to 8,000 and then I can open 2 chests. I could have completed another map by now if I didn't try to farm for more chests. No, fuck it, I'm not gonna wait for the second chest. It's a broken map. When you get that one, you're better off either just finishing it with 1 chest or just exiting and trying a new one. Alright, let's go on Elessa. And Sean, you did the story. Is it on the first difficulty or did you do it on adventure as well? I'm not sure whether I'll be streaming Minecraft Dungeons later tonight, but maybe I would after my dinner. It's still early, it's still 6:54 PM, it's 7 in the evening. So I'm probably gonna have dinner around 9 or 9:30, something like that, for like half an hour. And then it's either gonna be Minecraft Dungeons or more Chaosbane. Time will tell, time will tell. There's so many things I wanna do in Chaosbane. We'll see how I feel after dinner. So Elessa. On Elessa, 2 days ago I showed you summoner setup combo, poison setup combo. Is that the poison? Yeah, that's the poison setup combo. And also a weird build setup combo with counter-attack damage. Was it this one or was it the other one? I think it was this one. This one is the weird build counter-attack damage combo. So if you want that counter-attack combo, look at that, 15% cooldown reduction, getting all that counter-attack damage 188%, which with the good items equipped, of course, which is not right now. I don't have them equipped. I could get 100 and something percent extra damage. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do some quick farming of fragments. I really want some fragments. Let's change my appearance though. I really love this set. So I'm just missing the helmet of that set. And why is my fan gear missing? I'm pretty sure I've got the DLC. I mean, I've got the Magnus edition. There's some sort of a glitch. The fan gear DLC should unlock this. Let me quickly check my Steam library. Maybe it ended up getting disabled. Right now, the fan gear DLC is free to get for everyone. So even if you don't have the pack, the Magnus edition, and what's it called, and the season pass, whatever. If you don't have any DLC, where do we select DLCs? Yeah, all the DLCs are enabled for me. I've enabled all of them. Season pass, DLC 1, 2, 3, 4, and emotes, gold boost, pets, season pass, and Tomb Kings. Everything is enabled for me. Yet I don't see the fan gear. It should unlock it here. Before, the way we used to access this was we used to open our skills and used to go here, and it was something that you could equip from over here. The same way we can get those. They've removed that and put it into... I think that's a bug that they might need to address and fix. People cannot equip their fan stuff. I really don't care because it wasn't really good looking, so that's fine. Now I'm gonna go and farm fragments. So let's try Chaos 7. Something fast and easy. If Chaos 7 is taking too long, I can go to Chaos 6. But I really want to farm blessing fragments. So I'm looking for the fastest possible I can clear them. And still get Bloodlust Orbs. Oh fuck, I can't kill this guy until I kill those things. Maybe that might not be the fastest I can get it to be. Belkuradris on Eluntier is probably perfect for this one. Belkuradris set for farming fragments. Alright, there we go. Now this is what I'm talking about. Look at all the fragments on the ground. And this is how you farm fragments, I guess now. I probably should have taken an easier difficulty, so it's faster. But there's constant enemies, there's constant Bloodlust Orbs. You might even keep staying in the same level without pushing. If you don't kill the elite, you can just keep getting enemies to spawn. And see, I'm already getting a second use of the skill. You just need a difficulty where you can kill enemies quickly with the Bloodlust, because the Bloodlust skills are very weak for the high difficulties. For this one it seems fine. It seems to do enough damage. Right, let's move on to the next level. Oh, this is a defeat the champion node. Okay. The Chaos Sorcerer. I should stop using that before the wave completes. Okay, let's put them in the corner so I can abuse the ricochet. Over here, that's what I want. That's exactly where I want them. So when you get a wave like this, it's not really great for farming fragments, but when you get a wave with a lot of mobs, that's what you should be kind of aiming for when farming fragments. How am I doing? Man, only 500? I need like a few thousand of those. This is gonna take forever to farm. I'm not gonna farm it too long though. I'm not gonna spend too much time farming those today. Today I wanna be testing builds rather than farming fragments. I can get an idea even without maxing out my counterattack damage how strong it would be when I do max it out. Oh, that's a tentacle, alright. We are getting fragments though. Let's do one more 4. And yes, Sean, the game that I'm playing, for me it's good. I really like it, and right now it's 60% off. The Magnus edition includes every single DLC. Future and past. Fuck. I don't even know what killed me. I was far away from the explosion. So that seems to have been a bug. I'm pretty sure I wasn't inside the radius of the exploding enemy. So the Magnus edition is 60% off, and it includes every single DLC that has ever been released and every future DLC, regardless whether it's a free or paid DLC. Now I've got that helmet, so I finally got the full set. Nice. This one also is a nice, nice looking set. Still don't have the legs for it though. So let's go back to that one. I'm wondering if the undergrowth fangs would be fun to test. The undergrowth bow. But Master Archer is too good to miss out on, but I wanna try a damage over time based build, and for damage over time based build I'm gonna need a lot more blessings. Last 2 times I tried damage over time based poison builds, it was terrible. The results were just tragic. Okay, I wanna go back to maybe. How am I doing with the blessing? 758, barely anything. So I really need good rings on her. I think I can do some farming of relic hunts, get some items for her, and then I can keep playing on this difficulty and do relic hunts, and that's still gonna be good wood quality. I'm saying corn. Boosted relic hunts. I want a better ring, because this ring of dexterity is just it's been bothering me for months there, not being able to get a better wrought ring to replace it. I can farm some fragments while doing relic hunts as well. So it's not like the Tower of Chaos is the only place. It's just faster, I think, if you farm on the Tower of Chaos. Fuck. Okay, let's get some more orbs. So I'm gonna go this way first. Oh, never mind, that's a dead end. Okay, let's go this way then. I wanna group them up, get as many as I can. Come on, aggro, aggro, aggro. How's my fragments now? Not that much, only 800 green. But I can always exchange some of the other fragments for green ones. Okay, let's pull those away from this crowd and get another crowd. Fuck! No, no, fuck! I couldn't move. I think I got stunned. We got this one. Let's try and group them up again. Okay, next group. The next group would be a pool for fragments. It's weird enough how I'm not getting that much at the bottom. It's not filling up pretty quick, as you've seen. You redeemed a Sky a petting. I sometimes do it. But if Sky is not next to me, I can do it. Right now he's here. He's here, but he's not within reach, so I can only do it in between my matches. Because if he's not right next to me, it's gonna take some time. He's like 3 meters away from me. My hands are not 3 meters long. I mean, I can always pause the game when the game allows me to, like this one where I'm not playing in multiplayer. Right now he's sleeping, he's like 3 meters away from me on my bed. Or maybe 2 meters away from me. Let's say 2 meters. 3 meters is a bit too far. Right, I got the second key. But this game, I don't know if you're gonna like it, Sean, but if you like Minecraft dungeons, well, this is the same type of game, but this one is a little bit more complicated when it comes to making a build and synergizing stuff, and it can be difficult at times if you don't get the right items and the right skills, but that's where my builds come handy. And even if you can't handle the hardest difficulty, you don't need to be doing the hardest difficulty to get the best items in the game. You find a difficulty that you enjoy playing, that is challenging enough, and you just farm that difficulty to get the items you want. And that's kind of, this game can offer it can offer a challenge for hardcore players, it can offer a challenge for regular players. I'm not sure whether there was hardcore mode, but I think there was. I think there was permadeath mode, where you can make a character that is lost when you die. Like having a pantheon of dead heroes. Something like that. Alright, let's go kill the boss. Or maybe not. Maybe let's get a little bit more wood quality, get the third chest and then get the boss. I'm loving this spinning bleed spam though. You can see 4 seconds cooldown on the skill. And that's without counting Master Archer Bow or Ember Talisman or Ring of the Guardian proccing. When they do proc, it's a whole nother story. Alright, let's get the wood first and then go back for the boss. $900 fragments. Alright, so far we've got 900 fragments farmed from the green ones that I really need. Fuck, he's gonna stun this way, really? And we've got enough wood quality. I mean, anything above 7,000 is kind of an overkill anyways. Let's kill those and then end it. Okay, 2 greens. 2 greens. No rings though, no rings, which kind of is bad, but not much we can do when the game doesn't reward us with rings. This is the hardest thing to get in the game, rings and amulets with good rolls. It might take you months to get a good rolled one, unless they add a rerolling system. Hopefully they're considering adding one. Nope, not this. So a new dashing dagger and a new eternal queen tunic. Let's see if that one is better. The same health regeneration, less armor, more HP, more counterattack damage, but I'm not playing counterattack damage on this set, am I? What about the dashing dagger? Is it better? Oh, counterattack damage on the dashing dagger, but no cooldown reduction, which is kind of a sad story. And no crit chance. Oh no, that's terrible. And the damage is less. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with losing some crit chance, but losing crit chance and cooldown and damage seems like a bit of a... too bad. In fact, this dashing dagger is legacy. You can see this one has 7,000 damage over time, this one 13,000. So that one was before the changes to damage over time and counterattack from items. Okay, I'm gonna play quickly on the counterattack build. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6 pieces. I'm gonna make a 7th piece with counterattack damage on it. I'm gonna bless this armor. For armor, HP, counterattack damage, because right now it gives me damage and HP, but I think it's better to get the counterattack. And with this, our skill gives us 99% physical damage. Okay. This skill really needs to be changed to physical damage. They fucking need to change this skill to physical damage, because that's the... I'm not sure if you guys have heard me say this. If you've watched some of my past streams, you've probably heard me say this, that it makes no sense to make a set like this. Dealing physical damage with skills has a chance to create persistent brambles on the ground that do physical damage XXXXX. And then the Hungry Root skill is improved, which is this skill, and it no longer requires points, so the heroic version of this skill, but giving you a poison damage heroic version is just the biggest, okay, the second biggest mistake they've made so far when designing certain things. Let me check quickly my invasions. Oh, let's do this. Let's collect some rings. Unfortunately, I cannot collect... Oh, I can collect rings of resonance. Oh, I forgot to do that some time ago. Hello Bornius19, thank you for the follow on Mixer. Welcome to the Struck Web to you, Jude. So, Ring of Resonance. Let's collect it. By the way, guys, if you're collecting rings in the invasions, first of all, don't collect that on Kiwa, because it's broken. You're not gonna get rings on the Engineer. But when you have rings to collect like me, see, I've got rank 28 unlocked. That means I go back to 20 and I collect the ring. Then I go back to 21, up to 21, and I collect the ring. Then I go up to 22 and I collect the ring. And I do that for every rank starting from the lowest. If I were to collect it on 28, I will not be able to collect 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, because it's gonna walk them. So we did that for Ring of Resonance, and now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Rings of Resonance, which are exclusive only to invasions, which is kind of a bad thing, cause yeah, getting a good roll on this one is almost impossible. Cooldown, crit damage, health regeneration. This is not so bad, but it's missing crit chance. Crit chance, crit damage, this is missing cooldown. So for builds that don't use cooldown, this is nice. But if you do use cooldown, and most of LS's builds would use cooldown, you want cooldown and you want crit chance. This one also isn't bad, but again missing crit chance. And I mean I'm gonna lose 8.7 crit chance if I use it. So you can see how bad the RNG is. From those rings there isn't a single one with crit chance and cooldown. In fact, crit chance is only on one ring here, 2 rings here, 3 rings. So only 3 rings have crit chance and only 1, 2. Only 2 rings have cooldown and they're not the same. So yeah, let's see which I don't need. And this is why the game really needs an item rerolling system like Diablo 3. It would work perfectly in this game to have a system similar to Diablo 3's item rerolling system. I'm gonna get rid of this but keep this one. Maybe keep those two. Crit chance damage 9.3, 9.2. Okay, I don't need that one. That's for damage over time builds. Okay, I'm gonna put some of those in my warehouse, I guess. By the way, if anyone needs items on Steam PC, I've got, you can see here, a lot of items I can give you. Up to 81 items, mostly green, for all heroes except for the soldier, because my soldier gear has already been given away. I mean, there are some soldier items, like this one, but most of those rings would be for the other heroes. And if you want, we can team up on Steam. I can drop you some items. It's super easy. I just need to do something like this. Drop the item on the ground. And then you can pick it up. That's it. No trade windows or anything like that. I think he's not hearing me. Someone on Mixer, I'm gonna show you the chat. Someone on Mixer is asking if I'm here. So I'm here, but he's not hearing probably. I'm gonna write. Let's see now. Yeah, if you can hear me, tell me if you can hear me. Okay, then you can add me on Steam. You can add me on Steam and I can invite you and give you some gear. So anyone who wants to add me, I'm gonna generate a Steam friend code. And you can use that Steam friend code and just add me to your list. So friends add, generate new link. That's gonna be active for 30 days. So this link, I'm posting it to YouTube, Twitch and Mixer. So you can do this, we can add each other. I'm gonna open my game. Additionally, you don't even have to add me, you just need to join my game. I'm gonna make the game public. Free roam, and you need to just go join game, public, free roam. And then you would be able to do that. In the meantime, I'm gonna collect those invasion rings. While anyone who wants to join, and if you want items, now is the time to help me empty my storage. Every now and then this happens, we team up with others, I help them farm some stuff. I can go back on another hero and we can help you farm as well. This game is much easier when you play in a team. In fact, the game doesn't have an option where it gets stronger, when the enemies get stronger when you play with others. And you get stronger yourself because first of all you're giving each other different procs, different buffs, different auras and so on. So definitely the more people you have in a game, the easier any type of content can get. So yeah, let's see from those 18 rings if I'm gonna get something that's useful. Did I just see someone moving in the game, or was that my dagger? Probably the dagger. So if you've added me on Steam, you should be able to join. If to join me, just click on this link, dude. Click on this link. If you don't want to add me on Steam, just click on join game from the main menu. Join game and select roaming. Not roaming, but roam. Select and we can do some Chaos 9 content or Chaos 8 content. So you select here roam, free roam, and then join. If it doesn't work to join from free roam, basically just click on the link I sent. The link I sent should allow you to add me on the Steam friends list. If you can't open this link, I can give you another link. steamcommunity.com, login. Oh, please don't ask me for a code confirmation. Okay, I didn't. So that's the other link. The other link is this one. This is my public profile, my streaming profile. I've got another profile that's private, which I don't share, but this is my Steam that I don't mind sharing with you. So while you're joining and while anyone else is joining, removed by chatbot? What do you mean removed by the chatbot? What gets removed by the chatbot? Okay, I'm gonna check just a second, because I was out and tapped. I was not in the game. Oh yeah, I can see you. DGNN and that weird shebang thingy, whatever it is. I see you, but why are you not next to me? Oh, there we go. I see you here. Okay, let me quickly see what I do need, what I don't need. I see you here, dude. I see you. Do you need items for your soldier? I can give you an item for the soldier here. Let me check helmets first. And did you say you need your elf geared as well? Just tell me on the game chat. You can use this chat. Uh, the wood elf. Okay, he needs gear for the wood elf. That's not gonna be difficult to get. And there's an eternity helmet that we can give him. There's keep in mind a lot of the gear I've been giving away a few weeks ago, so whatever's left over you can have it. We'll see how much I've got, but we can help you gear up. I can take you to high level maps and you're gonna gear up pretty quickly, even without much trouble. Even Chaos 7 and 8 should allow you to gear up easily. Okay, there's a dagger here I can give you. There's rings, another dagger, boots, another ring. From those two, I'm gonna give you the better one, which I think might be that one. Then Ring of Resonance. I'm gonna give you the one with the crit chance because I think it's better, and I think this is the better option. So I can give you those so you can pick which one you need, and that's it for a lesser. You can have this, you can have this, you can have this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And now from those rings of shadow, I'm gonna see which ones I need. This one seems nice. This one seems not so bad, but... So those two are nice. Those two I probably need one of them. See, I can give you this one, that's a good ring. It's a bad base, very bad base, because the chance to dodge hits 10%. First of all, I think it doesn't stack when you use two of them. Second of all, it's not that great, honestly. You can have this one, I don't need it. You can have this one, I don't need it. See, those that you don't need, you can just throw away. I don't think you need those two, those are terrible. And you can just sell them to the NPC for points, the ones that you don't need. So this one seems not so bad. This one is kind of so-so for certain builds. Yeah, those seem very bad. I can give you this one if you need it, but it's probably not gonna give you that much of a increase. Alright, the rest I don't think are good ones. Like not having cooldown or crit chance is kind of bad. So the one I wanna use now would probably be... It's probably gonna be this one. I think that's good enough. All right, let's do some hunting. Let's go to Chaos 8. And if you need help on this hero, we can help you gear up. Let's do relic hunt, upgrade it. Maybe we can do Nurgle. First, let me check if I've got my gear equipped. You need my Steam name. You're not in my game? Okay. Well, who is this in my game, man? Who is this in my game? I thought that was you. I already gave you my Steam name. I gave you a link. Like, you just have to click on the link. Not sure what more is needed. This link. If I give you the name, there's many people with the same name. I mean, I gave you two links. If neither of the links works, then the problem's not with me, but with your machine. Well, why can't you open the link? It's a fucking Steam community link. My name is Struck. But there's plenty of people with the same name on Steam. It's much easier to give you a link. If the link doesn't work, then your browser is broken. But okay, I'm gonna close the game to the public. Also, if you're not on Steam PC, you're not gonna be able to play, but since you're asking for the Steam link, you should be able to join. And additionally, you can just do this. Additionally, you can just join me without needing my Steam name. You can just go to online game, find a public game, free roam, search for a game, and that should find my game that I had created earlier. It's super easy to find. Of course, now there's no game because I quit, but I can join in your game, of course. I can join. Just make a game and I can join it. But I already dropped the items, so there's not gonna be much I can give you. But yeah, seriously, using a link shouldn't be difficult. If it doesn't work with one browser, just copy the link and use it in another browser. You need Eternal Queen? Eternal Queen, let me see if this one's better than mine. Right, you can have this one. You can have this one. You can have this one. And you can have this one. And this one I'm saving for my farming set. But I can find a new one for my farming set, so you can have this one too. I'm gonna get a new one later for farming. And I think that pretty much gives you a full set of Eternal Queen stuff. And let's see if I can give you a ring or something. Like this one, and this one. And I think that's all I can drop. Maybe I can drop you this one too, and that's kind of it. Oh, there's that other guy here too, by the way. Okay, should we go and do some stuff now? If everyone's ready, I am gonna start a relic hunt. So this is a bit of a weird build. This is the physical damage counter-attack build. We can even do Chaos 9 if you guys want, but Chaos 8 would be fast runs. If you're after gear, doing those on Chaos 8 quick enough would be better than taking your time and doing Chaos 9 for that little bit of 300 extra wood quality. When the wood quality is above 7000, it really doesn't matter much how much more. As long as you open chests, the more chests you open per hour, the better. The more elites you kill, the better. Thomas, this update will come to the Origin platform soon. 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks. The developers said few weeks. They didn't specify when, but they said other platforms are getting it in a few weeks. By a few weeks, I'm assuming it's not gonna be a whole month to wait. Hopefully. So yeah, hopefully you guys get it soon. So this is not a meta build that I'm playing, it's not the strongest build. Like the one I was playing earlier is a strong build. The one that... and the one that was my poison setup. Alright, 3 elites. I'm gonna try and group them up and do the tornado and... Okay, one of them is almost dead. That healer here. Yeah, the game right now, having the Tower of Chaos and having the boosted relic hunts is amazing. The only thing I think we need right now is item rerolling system, item stats rerolling system. Because RNG just isn't always on your side. Sometimes it never is on your side when you're trying to get that specific item with those specific rows, especially for invasion rings. I mean, yeah, not every build needs an invasion ring, but the ones that do, that wants to be playing with an invasion ring, would be nice for those to have an option to reroll them. Because invasion rings are the hardest ones to get, and the most boring ones. Who died and where? Over here, okay. We're gonna have to be outside of combat to rest though. Oh, we've got another person, so we've got 4 people. 4 people in the game right now. Right, let's move then. Because if we don't move, they're gonna keep spawning. We've got demonic portals. It's nice though, we're getting the wood quality up. And we're killing some elites. So it's been a while since I had a full team in a match. I'm wondering if just one of the people with us is a viewer, or maybe more than one is a viewer right now. In any case, if anyone needs more items, you're welcome to tell me. I can try and save you some stuff on this hero or whatever I've got for the others on my other characters in the warehouse, in the storage. Oh, a throw. Alright, a chaos throw. The other guy left because we didn't respond to his hi. Well, we're in a game. I mean, we can't just stop just to type something and die. But it's obvious, if you join a game and the others are not in the town, then they're in a mission. I'm gonna die probably. I don't see all the poison fields on the ground, and somehow I ended up taking shitloads of damage out of nowhere. Oh, and there's healers. We have to kill the healers first. Or I have to kill the healers, I guess. Okay, that's so many.
Consumed in my flames. May evil be consumed in my flames. May evil be consumed in my flames.
I'm glad I didn't go for Chaos 9. Because it would have been a bit of a trouble to complete it with this build. I can go back to the poison one just so we can complete stuff quicker. So you can have some more damage output. Because those Chaos Trolls are pretty beefy with their healing.
May evil be consumed in my flames.
Oh, I ran out of energy, didn't I?
May evil be consumed in my flames.
Right, it's almost dead, it's almost dead. The other thing I could do is I could go on another hero. I can go on Kiwa, for example.
May evil be consumed in my flames. May evil be consumed in my flames.
Alright, we got those. Now it's finally time for the items. But I don't think we can rest him. Yeah, we won't be able to rest when there's so many enemies. They're just gonna interrupt the resurrection. So just get up and try to dodge and get all the items. Okay, I got 2 greens from those chests. That's not the way where he's going. We should go this way. This is where the good chests are. So let's go this one, this one, this one. Okay, the greens are raining. 2 more greens for me. Let's hope the others got some greens as well. And I'm gonna switch to the poison build next, or maybe just switch character. We'll see. If I switch character, I can just rejoin quickly because I'm not the host now. I want to play on Kiwa a bit and on the other heroes.
Consumed in my flames.
No worries, Thomas. Now if you're still there, have a good weekend as well. So let's go on Kiwa, but first I'm gonna see if there's anything good that I can drop for the other elf in the party. Maybe he might want the items. Everlasting Summer, is it better than mine? He might want to experiment with an Everlasting Summer build. This one doesn't have counterattack damage, so I'm not gonna grab it. I don't really need this one. Okay, I can drop my old one. And this guy was playing on Conrad, so I think I had some legs for Conrad I could give it to. Unless I did already give him the legs. I might have. Okay, I'm gonna quickly change characters. What skills do you need? Okay, let me join you again. On the poison build. I'm gonna join with my poison build just to tell you what skills you wanna play. First of all, the god skills are important, and I'm gonna suggest the way I played, the way I've got the god skills setup, which is for maximum cooldown reduction. Not that much damage, but you can still do 30-40 million damage with good green items. Most of the times it's gonna be around 20. So first of all, on the god skills side, you need both god skill trees. You're going all the way here for this 5% cooldown reduction, and then for this 5% cooldown reduction here. Then you're taking Blessing of the Forest Superior, and this is not max damage and max survivability, but max cooldown. We've got 35 cooldown reduction here. Then on this side you can grab Winds of Isha Mastered and this cooldown reduction, and then there's this cooldown reduction here, and then Hunting Feast Mastered. If you want another setup, I can tell you another setup, which would involve not taking those skills here and then taking all the way to here the skills, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points. Which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 points. 13 points, that would get rid of 5. So you're gonna lose 15% cooldown reduction and have like 20. But you can still go all the way to this cooldown and get this one here as well, and then use Blessings of the Forest Mastered instead of Blessings of the Forest Superior for more regeneration, and then just not use Hunting Feast. So you're using, at least I use Cripple Blade. You can use, instead of Crippling Blade, Master Archer or Sureflight Arrow. Just the basic one, because that's not your main source of damage. Then Spinning Blades Heroic. With the right items, I get up to 4-second cooldown. Oops, wrong set. Up to 4-second cooldown on it. So Spinning Blade Heroic is your main source of damage. With this much cooldown reduction, you want to be spamming this as much as you can on the set. Then I'm using Hungry Root Superior because it's a cooldown skill. Then with Hungry Root Superior and Spinning Blade, we should be able to keep Duelist Chain Reaction at 4 stacks for 400% crit damage. Then we're using Winds of Isha Mastered, Queens of Wrath, the basic one, and Barb Brambles Mastered. Barb Brambles Mastered may not do much damage, but when you stack many of those on the enemy, and when you add the Tornado, and when you add the Spinning Blades, it keeps adding up a lot of stuff. Hero of the Desert, you only can use that if you have the Tomb King's DLC. If you don't have it, then that may be a problem. You might want to grab something like padded armor on that SWAT. Master of Poison superior, Hunting Feast superior, Blessing of the Forest superior, Guardian Spirit Mastered is decent, but you may not want to use it if you want something else. So dual chain reaction you get from invasions. If you don't have it, you might have to do some invasions to grab it. And I think that's pretty much it. You should be able to get the stuff. Of course, you would need cooldown reduction on all 3 accessories. I don't have cooldown reduction on my Ember Talisman, but I'm fine. I'm right now at 76% cooldown reduction with 4-second Spinning Blade cooldown. You need cooldown reduction on the helmet as well, if you can get it. Okay, I'm gonna join with my engineer so I can help you farm some stuff easier. She's a little bit more powerful. But 4-second cooldown Spinning Blade is just a blast. It's so fun to play a 4-second cooldown build. It's true that we sacrifice a lot of damage by not taking health regeneration nodes and by not taking that mastered version. Oh wait, I didn't select the join game option. Wait, did I select the right hero? Actually, yeah, I did select the right hero, so why does it not let me join a roaming? Probably I haven't completed the story, but I remember completing it. No, that's a bummer. What if I were to create a game? Wow. Kiva is broken, I can tell you that. Kiva, they haven't fixed Kiva yet. So the only way I can play with someone is to create a game myself and open it and them joining my game. I don't think I'll be able to join you with Kiva. Let's try, maybe you can try joining my game. I'm gonna go quickly open the game. Oh, no, it's not gonna work. Because it's gonna be Tom King's story. This is just BS. So I'm not gonna play on Kiva, I'm gonna go on a different hero then. I'm gonna go on Conrad. Let's see if I can join first. Wait, you didn't see my passives? Oh boy, okay, I'm gonna show you again quickly. I thought I showed you before showing you the skills. Go all the way here, Hunting Feast. Then go all the way here, 5% cooldown, and all the way here, Blessing of the Forest. If you have, scroll back in the stream to see the replay. Like, go back on the stream, pause it, take a screenshot if you need to. I'm gonna quickly try and join with... Imrahel, I would say the mage, the slayer, or the engineer to do high chaos. Also Conrad. Conrad is not bad. I'm gonna try and join his game now. So on keyword they messed up and they didn't add the other settings. So I'm gonna join his game and quickly go AFK for a minute. So give me a moment to put the AFK screen. There we go, I'm coming in a moment. Alright, I'm not gonna go AFK now because I think the toilet's busy, so I'm gonna go after that map. Alright, are we gonna do something? I can start a map for us quickly. Just wanna get rid of some items here. I will use my other build, the tanky build. Stuff for your mage. Stuff for your mage. Yeah, I can. Let me quickly get this. This. Actually, let's give you that one, the better one. I don't think. I think I've got one with 20,000 HP on my mage. Let's give you this one. Then Dragon Tamer bracers that are not really great. Road, Belcoradris boots. Offhand. This one is very good, red one. For a red one, it's a good one. You can take it, you can use it if you don't have the base until you find a good sentinel. I've got many builds on YouTube. Some of them are still viable. Just need some reworking on the passives. But overall, a lot of the stuff there, skills wise, not much has changed. Skills wise, you just need to rework the god skills to match. Okay, that's a lesser. I think that's plenty of mage gear. You can grab it now before it disappears. Although I don't think it's gonna disappear. We're on Chaos 7 right now, but I think because you're the host, because I can't change the difficulty. If you're doing Chaos 7, it should be pretty quick. We can just do corn. I'm gonna remove Heroes Constantly Bleed because you may not be able to handle that. Although you should be able with a lesser. That's the hero which is much easier to survive the Constantly Bleed on. So with this build I shouldn't die, especially on Chaos 7. It would be pretty bad of me if I die on Chaos 7 with this Conrad build. This one is able to tank Chaos 10 when he's buffed up. It's not fastest clearing speed, of course, he's more of a tank setup. And when there's just one enemy left, I'm just gonna move around. So if I'm moving, you might wanna move too, because this build is strong when there's enemies around me. When I'm blocking, if I'm not blocking, I'm not resetting my cooldowns, and I'm not getting damage boost. So I need enemies around me. That's why for easier difficulties, I should have picked Pistolier. I should have gotten my Pistolier build. Because Chaos 7 is too easy for this build. He needs the enemies to actually don't get one shot, I guess, and to actually hit him to be strong. Because right now you can see my vengeance stacks cannot go more than 1 or 2 points. That means I'm losing a lot of damage. A lot of damage that I can normally get, like. Okay, let's move. Get more enemies. Next I can go on the Pistolier setup. For Chaos 7, Pistolier is just perfect. I mean, on Pistolier setup I've done 95 million damage on a Pistolier. And it's not a full glass cannon. It could be much more glass cannon than the one I made. But yeah, this build for Chaos 9 and 10 is probably the best one on Conrad, because you can soak up a lot of damage and you kind of constantly heal. Every time I use my number 4 and you see that pew pew pew, that's 20% HP healed. Let's move, get some more kills. Fuck, lost the combo. So this is already a ready build, and it's kind of not much of a change from the build video. The only change is we're not using legendary healing anymore, and we are using Thrice Blessed Copper Meadow because they fixed it to start working again. The god skills are the same as my build video, the Holy Justice 2.0 video on YouTube. In fact, those god skills now are OP strong god skill 3 placement, because 33% cooldown reduction and 58% flat damage. This is just amazing how they rework the god skills, and I haven't changed a single point on the 3. And if you want more cooldown, you can get a lot more, but who needs more when you're getting already 33%? You can sacrifice damage and get some more cooldown for like I think 6 points more. Over here you can get 2 points more and you get 6% cooldown reduction. So you can sacrifice some stuff if you want to, but that's a little bit too much if you ask me, probably. And this is great for the team because you have a banner that gives everyone 30% damage reduction, so they can stay close to you if they want to. Are we getting the 2 chests? Maybe we can just do 2 chests instead of trying to get a third one. It's gonna take too long to get the third chest. Didn't get a green though. Alright, on the next one I'm gonna grab Pistolier. Because if we're doing really Chaos 7, I mean, I'm fine if you change the difficulty to Chaos 8, even to Chaos 9. I'm definitely gonna survive with this build. But if we're doing Chaos 7... Alright, I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna change the setup to the Pistolier. You're gonna go on the mage, okay. I'm gonna go AFK now for a minute while I wait. Let me know when the game is ready, when the game has been created, and I'm gonna join. Okay, let me join now. Online game, find a public game, free roam, search. Tom King's public game. Free roam joins you in everything. When you select free roam to join, you can join invasions, you can join relic hunts, you can join story mode. So when searching for games, you should always probably pick free roam. But I'm gonna do Tom King's story so it could find it faster. It finds it immediately if you select the correct type. But yeah, free roam is this one, it joins everything. At least that's how it used to be before, unless they changed it. It's been a while since I've teamed up, but before we used to do that. Click just free roam and you can just join whatever. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh, Chaos! Please change the difficulty though. Please change it to Chaos. Chaos 8 would be fine. 7 or 8 would be easy for us to do speedruns. If you're after items. Belkuradris is easy for speedrunning. With Belkuradris, with a red set, you should be able to do Chaos 7, maybe even Chaos 8. With just red items with Belkuradris. Let's say Chaos 7, Chaos 8 with 1 or 2 green items like weapon and something. I still haven't gotten to reworking the Belkuradris build. God skill wise, but the skills themselves should be pretty much the same as the ones I was using before. Belkuradris is all about spamming the teleport skill. Well, you need damage reduction, and the Belcoradris is the squishiest of all the sets and of all the builds because it's all about mobility. In fact, you might even stack damage over time on it instead of damage and HP. Also, you need to be using the correct blessings. The blessings I would suggest for Belcoradris are either flat damage and HP, which is red-green mix. The other option that you might try on a Belcoradris set would be this one for damage over time. This gives you crit damage, damage over time, and HP. So something like that is not bad. It's gonna give you 8000 HP, 4000 damage over time on each piece, and then crit damage. And what you wanna do is spam the teleport multiple times on an enemy, then run away and let the damage over time do its thing. You don't need to drop me items, man. Chances are I need super good road items already. Like, only thing I could probably use is rings and amulets. Weapons and offhands could also be good, but then I'm gonna have to go on the other character to see if it's better than mine. But right now, armor wise, I'm set. I mean, there's little things I can get to upgrade them. So, what's the difficulty now? Did you change it? Okay, it's Chaos 7. Well, we're gonna be bursting through them. We can maybe do Tomb Kings. No, shit. Wait. I wanna select an upgraded relic hunt. This was not an upgraded. Oh, never mind, I don't have tokens. Alright, let's do this one then without an upgrade. Or we can do Chaos Tower. We can do Tower of Chaos just round 1. Just round 1 to collect tokens. We can do a few Tower of Chaos runs to collect some tokens. But I'm now on a different build. I'm now on the non-tanky build. So I need to be moving all the time with this build. But yeah, just teleport 2-3 times next to an enemy, then port away, and that's the way you do the Belcoradris, hit and run. And if you get damage over time in your gear, I think it's pretty strong. Let's collect, just to get a token for the relic hunt. Sometimes you can even get 2 tokens from round 1. I've gotten 2 tokens from round 1 on Chaos 8 so far. Okay, this is a nice set. Let's go. Let's go Relic Hunt, Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings might be difficult, but we'll see. Because there's a lot of range damage, so... On this difficulty it shouldn't be a problem for me. Hopefully you don't die much. But if I die, don't res me. I'm gonna pay and res myself. Just try to stay up. Also, make sure to use Phantom Blade every now and then. When you're low on energy, Phantom Blade is what you want. So you would want a Blade of Azire sword with the heroic Phantom Blade, so that whenever you need the energy filling, you can just weave in some melee attacks while you're next to the enemy, and that works great to never run out of energy. So if you're lucky enough, you're gonna find a Blade of Azire and it's gonna do wonders for you. And you want that Phoenix Herald staff, the one that gives you a burning aura around you, so that you're always burning enemies, and then you can take the burning enemies take extra magical damage, passive on the Belkuradris set. And you're gonna know that every time you're next to an enemy, your Phoenix Herald is burning them, so you're not gonna have to worry whether you're making them burn with your skills. And you also need the dome. Just the basic white dome would do the trick. Superior dome actually, etheric vortex. So whenever you're next to a boss, you do superior etheric vortex, and then you start. You make sure that the enemy is inside the vortex to take more damage, or to give yourself some more damage reduction. I think the one that makes him take more damage now, after they change some things, is the orange one. So if you have enough skill points, you might take the mastered etheric vortex. You're not gonna get damage reduction from that, but you're gonna get still cooldown and movement speed, and the enemies would take 30% more damage from that orange etheric vortex. So on boss fights it's amazing. It also helps with burning the enemies. Okay, I should have moved here. It also helps with burning the enemies and the mastered etheric vortex. That's not where the boss is, unfortunately. Taking some stuff for the skins. But yeah, the Belkuradris, as long as you have mana and pay attention to your HP, you should be able to do very well with that set. Especially now, I think now it's much stronger. I've not played it, but just checking what's on the god skill trees and how they rework them, I think it should be much stronger with some rearrangements on the allocated points. Right, we've got all 3 keys, now I guess it's safe to go for the boss. It should be here. Okay, let's kill this one first. Fuck, I should start moving. I didn't even see what got me, but it must have been something from behind. Alright, let's go for the boss fight then. Unfortunate to get this boss, the worst boss you can do on a pistolier, because he has so much AoE. Those storms, the moment you stop to shoot, you're taking damage. Alright, got him. Okay, got something. So far this run to green, not so bad. Another thing, someone requested on my YouTube channel to test a build with Sigmar's Rat. A build with Sigmar's Rat. It won't be really meta, but a build with that would be possible with this one, Sigmar's Rat. Actually, with the basic one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. So if someone wants to try something, they can maybe sacrifice this crit damage and damage, or maybe sacrifice this crit damage and this one, and maybe even this one here, and just do it. Like for example, you can remove those 3 points, and then 1, 2, 3. And then you need just 2 more points, so the best thing you can get rid of would be either those 2 or those 2. It doesn't matter which ones, they're kind of the same, honestly. And yes, I do have a mage. I have all of them, I mean, I've got every single hero. I was playing with the mage earlier. I was playing earlier on the mage. I can go on it if you really want to see me play my mage. I can go and rework my Belkuradris. That gave me kind of the idea to try and see. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Sorry, I forgot to click join. I'm gonna try and rework my Belkuradris because I haven't touched it since the update. Morvo is nice, and you can just get red set. You don't have to be using everything full green. On my dwarf, on my Kiwa, I am still using in some builds red items because I haven't found green ones, and I can still do Chaos 9, no problem. The Morvo set would take a while to get full. Let's see if I can help you with it. Do I need this one? This is counter-attack damage and I really wanted to try using it. But alright, you can have this one. And I think I gave you the helmet already. Tell me which pieces you need. Tell me which pieces you need for Morvo. I'm gonna see what I can drop for you for certain builds. I can give you this one. This one is a legacy item. This one's very good with damage over time. Another one with good counter attack on it. I don't want to get rid of the one with the counter attack, so I'll just give you my old item. And here I want to keep both the one with the damage and the damage over time, so I can drop either. But what I could try and give you is, let's see, this Relentless Sentinel, how much better is it than mine? It doesn't have cooldown reduction, so you can have this one. You can have this one too. I'm not sure I've got another one of those. Between those two, which one do I not need? You can have ult one, this one, then Dragon Tamer. This one is with counter attack damage, so I don't want to get rid of it yet. In fact, I really need to save those two for a counter attack build, because I found out today that the counter attack build is stronger than the one without. You can have this Dragon Tamer bracer, and then armor piercing, cooldown, crit chance. You can have this one. Between those two. Cooldown, health drain, HP, counter attack. Cooldown, crit damage over time. Okay, you can have this one. Between those two, you can have this one. Between those three, I don't need that one for sure. Okay, I think I've given you a lot of stuff. Maybe this crystalline ring as well. That should be a lot of stuff. I mean, it's not that much, but it's still something. Blade of Instability, let's compare those two. Which one do I not need? Cooldown, crit damage. 12,300, 12,000, 86. And this doesn't have crit damage, okay. But this has armor piercing. This one also has armor piercing. So this one is damage over time, HP, counter attack. Damage over time, counter attack. So this one doesn't have HP but has crit damage. I'm gonna give you the old one. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the old one because it doesn't have that much counter attack damage. This one I'm gonna experiment with sometime. So that's pretty nice. So let's go on Belkuradris, and let's see what we've got there. First of all, I need my items. The skills I use are those are the skills I use. Quace Shield Mastered, Hero of the Desert, Arcane Binding Mastered, Master of Equilibrium Superior, Arcane Secret Superior, Quace Mastery Superior. For the Morvo set, you want Phantom Blade Heroic from this one, from the Blade. Then you want Arcane Binding Mastered, Padded Armor, Master of Equilibrium, Fortress of Willpower Superior, Hero of the Desert, Duelist Chain Reaction. Because Morvo is all about spamming your heroic skill as much as you can and as fast as you can. So it's all about cooldown reduction. I haven't reworked the Morvo, but I can rework it for you now. The Morvo, how would I rework the Morvo set? First of all, I'm gonna go for cooldowns. So I'm gonna grab this 10% cooldown, because it's amazing. I'm probably gonna consider taking Etheric Storm Mastered. There was more cooldown somewhere. I think I saw cooldown here. 5%. They removed, there's another 5% here. Then you probably might wanna grab this node here. I think something like this is good. And I would suggest for Morvo, go for damage over time. There's two ways to play it. One is with red and green with flat damage. The other one is to stack damage over time and to try to spam Heroic Binding White. If you're going for the Heroic Binding White spam, you might want to sacrifice some damage, like do this and then grab this one here. That's 5%. I wish I could highlight every single cooldown reduction node. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points to get 6% cooldown reduction. That's one option. That's one option of doing it. There used to be cooldowns around here. I think they removed all of those. Basically, all you need to try is to get your cooldown and damage over time high, and to get some damage reduction, because damage reduction is really great. Whether it's Fortress of Willpower Superior or Mastered, you might want to have that. Whether it's Etheric Storm, the basic one, or Mastered, you might want to have that on the Morvo set. And I think it's fine to invest into these three to get Arcane Secrets Mastered. You could try investing into this damage over time and flat damage. It's not bad. So if you let's say remove those 3 points here and do this, it's also a good thing. So that's one version. This one gives you 30% damage over time and 32% flat. This one gives you 6% more cooldown reduction, but only 15 damage over time and only 24 damage. Okay, then you should be done with that one. I'm gonna go on Ut one now. I'm gonna show you the tanky mage setup, or the one that I at least used to use to make it tanky. Maybe it's not as tanky now. So Ut one, first of all, I'm missing my vortex. And I want to rework the skills here as well. So I'm gonna do something similar here. I'm gonna remove those points, get those points, and I think I'm done with that. That 5 armor piercing is not a bad point actually. Okay, let's do this. We can go Chaos 8, maybe even Chaos 9. I should be fine with Ult 1. Even Chaos 10 shouldn't be a problem, but we can go Chaos 8 or 9 depending on what you think you can survive. Let's see, it's Chaos 7 still. Okay, Chaos 7 it is then. Enemy health. Oh, we don't. Let's do a tower quickly. Let's do one tower of chaos because I don't have points.
Winds of magic grant me power.
So basically, you stand next to us and just spam the cooldown. And when your cooldown is not ready, you can use Breath of Fire to keep proccing the cooldown reduction. So while you're channeling Breath of Fire, your cooldowns have a chance to get reduced. This is the whole trick. You're using cooldown skills to regenerate energy. You're using energy cost skills to lower your cooldowns. This is kind of it for the Morvo, the way I like to play it.
Winds of magic grant me power.
Did it drop an orb? I can't see right now, it's not showing. Well, hopefully it did drop one. Because if it didn't drop one, we might have to do it again. Alright, it dropped two, not just one, but two actually. Ult 1 is the tankiest set on the mage. It gives you the most damage reduction. It also can buff, with the way I play the build, I can buff my teammates for like up to 100 and I think 25 percent damage if I stack all my buffs. So this is the thing I like to play as a team on my mage the most. When we're like grouping up and making a bunker. Especially if you have a Conrad with the Solan's set, an Ult 1 mage and a Solan's Conrad, and then maybe a Bragi with whatever spammy build you can think of, and maybe a Kiwa with the melee plus turret setup I like to play on my melee build. And that's gonna be super strong. Or even a lesser with the health regeneration thing. But if we're talking about stacking team buffs, Elessa is not that great. Whereas Conrad and Ewontier and and Kiwa are perfect. And Bragi as well. So that's the four I would take in a team if I would. Conrad, Ewontier, Bragi and Kiwa. They all have some nice skills, heroic skills and non-heroic skills that can give maxed out damage reduction for everyone and maxed out damage.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
So you can see I'm not doing that much damage, but I'm still doing decent chunks of damage. Like 16, 12, or maybe sometimes even close to 20 mil.
May the winds of magic grant me power.
I think for Tower of Chaos this is one of the best setups, honestly, because if you want to push further, you're not gonna be doing as much damage as a Dragon Tamer, but you're gonna definitely be more bulky than a Dragon Tamer build. And in team play, that's gonna beat. So I played this similar to Morvo, except the heroic is different and I'm not using damage over time stuff, because I'm not relying on my, what's it called, on my binding lights to do the damage. This set also goes very well with instead of if you're doing easier content like the one I'm doing now, you might want to get rid of the Sentinel and get the Blazing Herald. I don't have a good one yet. In fact, I don't even have a good green one of it, but it's gonna be nice. Or actually, not the Blazing Herald. Actually, you might wanna use a Soulfire. My bad. You might wanna use a Soulfire sword. This one instead of Blade of Azire. It works well. It works well because it gives you a lot of damage. Because the enemies are always burning, but the problem is you need at least 10 burning enemies nearby to get the bonuses from the Soulfire, and that's not good on single target hunting. This is why Blade of Azire for me is the best sword you can get for almost every build out there. First of all, it gives you more points for the build, and it does good damage as well. The other one, yeah, it's good, but you need more burning enemies, and eventually it's gonna be just one enemy, which normally is a champion or a boss. But right now you can always select demonic portals, which I've selected, and that guarantees that there's gonna be a constant stream of enemies. For builds like this one, or Bragi that does damage based on nearby bleeding enemies. So that's probably the one map mod I always recommend taking, demonic portals. There's not gonna be many builds that wouldn't benefit from it. First of all, it's a constant influx of enemies that gives you this one, the discovery potential fills up faster. Or the discovery, I think that is the discovery. And the potential makes it go faster, and the multiplier multiplies the potential apparently. Why is this guy running away from me? He's supposed to be a melee monster and attack me, and he was running away. Let's get some fragments now. Nice.
May the winds of magic grant me power. May the winds of magic grant me power.
Alright.
Grant me power. magic grants me power. Knowledge is power.
What's next? Next is to go back because we missed a turn, I think. This is why I like having a lot of cooldown reduction. Let's kill those.
Grants me power. May the winds of magic grant me power.
Okay, I should be able to face tank this guy without a problem on this build. Just gonna get him in the corner so he can no longer push me away.
Grants me power.
Of course, on my Dragon Tamer build I would have just melted him with a few swings on this difficulty. But it's not that tanky, that other build. Next I'm gonna go on the Dragon Tamer just to show the difference, how quick things are. And we can go Chaos 9 if I'm doing the Dragon Tamer, or this one. I mean, Chaos 9 is pretty doable. Oh, Phase Shift Amulet, he might want this one if it's a good one, even though it's a red one. It still might be a nice one. Phase Shift is a great amulet to use.
Grants me power. Knowledge is power. May the winds of magic grant me power.
The one problem I have with the Morvo is they fucked up by designing how the heroic skill works. It's a skill that does damage to the enemies, yet it knocks back the enemies away from the damage area. It's such a terrible design. They should have made it to pull the enemies inside, to like vacuum the enemies inside the AoE field. That's how the heroic binding white should have worked. It makes no sense to work the way it does right now. It makes sense for the other binding whites that don't do that much damage, but for this one you want the enemies inside because it's your source of damage for that set, at least one of the sources of damage, and it's pretty strong. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, I wanted to check whether he might want that one. It's not that bad of a Phase Shift Amulet, so I might drop it for him. Ring of the Veil, I've not even seen this one. Is that a new one? Damage taken is reduced, but it reduces energy. Has no effect if energy is empty. So basically you're losing energy over time, but 50% damage reduction. This is oh fucking P. This really is OP. And I just got a Morvo thing which I could drop for him, I guess. Let me compare Morvo. Let's compare those two. Okay, this is the damage over time, so I'm gonna have to compare that one. More damage, more counterattack damage, less HP. Overall, I'm gonna give him my old one, because I'd rather have more counterattack damage and play around and more flat damage, rather than some measly crit damage. just a few percent. What about this one? 3000 less HP. No, 2 point something. I can power level you, yeah. Who needs power leveling? Which hero needs power leveling? If you want levels, we can go to Chaos 10 and just not kill bosses. Or we can kill the bosses, but killing monsters, regular monsters in Chaos 10 is the way to get levels quickly. There is no better way, I think. You want to power level your Kiwa or Bragi, okay. Okay, let's power level them. Tell me when to join. I'm gonna consider who to play. I'm either gonna play Conrad or the mage. Or Kiwa. But with Kiwa we can't play much unless we do Forge's story or any other story, which still can work. It can still work, I guess. I think Conrad might be the best for that. Or maybe my mage. We'll see. I can try and make a game, so let's go Tom Kings, because I normally play Tom Kings because it spawns me very close to the shop after a map. Here it spawns me, the first spawn is far away, but when we finish a map we are right here, which is right next to the shop. And that's why I normally play on this one. So, online game, make game public. Free roam, game settings. So let's go on Chaos 10 and see if I can survive with. Am I playing the right build now? I think I am. The so on set. Let's change the appearance to. I really need Woby skins, by the way. I'm looking for all sorts of Woby skins. I'm not a big fan of the Woby skins not dropping on the high level zones. So yeah, you can join now. Anyone else who wants to, you can join. We are. Oh, you want me to put it Tom Kings? Okay. Tom King's story. It's not letting me select Tom King's story. Just join on free roam. Join on free roam. It should let you. Or add me on Steam and then I can invite you from there. I don't think there's anything else I can do. But even after I power level you, you're still gonna have to unlock the story skills, like Hero of the Desert and other stuff like that. Oh, you generated the link. Okay, let's use your link then. There you go. I've added you to my friends list. I don't see you online though. I do not see you online. Oh, there you go. I see you now. Good, good. So set it to Chaos 10. Set it to Chaos 10. Oh, wow. We are here. Well, you're gonna have to complete this quickly, cause it's gonna be boring doing that. But after that, you set it to Chaos 10, we go into an invasion hunt, or whatever. Even if it's expedition, it's still gonna be okay. You just need the XP from the regular enemies anyways. I'm not seeing you though. By the way, they changed something to defensive strike. Still like incisive breakthrough more. Normally when running easier content I always go for Sigmar's Rat though. It's strange enough that I don't see you on the map. I'm in your game but I don't see you on the map. Fuck, that's not the way.
The wrath of my herald.
You're renowned? Why did it port me here then? That just makes no sense. Alright, change it to Chaos 10 now. You're probably gonna be dying a lot until you get power boosted, but Chaos 10 and then we can do something, whatever. Like a regular relic hunt should do the trick. Okay, it's changed. Let's do corn, cause those are the easiest ones. I'm not gonna pick demonic portals because you're gonna get wrecked. I do need heroes constantly bleed, which will get you dead, but you can get XP even if you're dead. So don't worry if you die. You can just wait until I kill them and I can try and res you. Because I do need this to survive, to stack up my damage reduction quicker. Especially on Chaos 10, without that 40% extra damage reduction, it's gonna be a little bit tough. So let's group them up here and get that one. And from the looks of it, you're getting XP from long distance, which is nice. Also, I know that you get XP even if you're dead, from what I remember, unless they changed it, which is also pretty nice. Right, moving on. Need more, come on, come more. There we go. So yeah, Chaos 10 is perfect for power leveling. As you can see, your XP is going up nicely. In general, for all sorts of boosting, even if you're boosting legend ranks, not just the first 50 levels, it's better to do that. Good build for Slayer is Fighting Spirit build. I can show you later what you might wanna do with the skill points. You need counter-attack damage that gives you crit damage, that skill, that passive. It's called Fighting Spirit, and you want to bless some of your items like 3, 4, 5, maybe even all items for counter-attack damage. Although I think you're better off if you just stick to 3, 4 pieces of items blessed for counter-attack damage, and the rest you can just bless for HP and damage mix. But you do need some counter-attack damage stuff. And Fighting Spirit is amazing on any build, on any set, any build, it works great. The weakest set is Last Song, it's just the most underwhelming. All other 3 sets, Grimnir, Everpeaks and Challenge, all those sets are pretty decent, so any of them is just a matter of personal preference, whether you want more damage reduction and cooldown, or whether you want more AoE damage and some extra damage and crit damage, or whether you want more HP and damage instead of the cooldown and damage reduction. Depends on the heroic skill you prefer. So as long as you're not using the last song, I think you would be kind of okay with Bragi. You can see how this build becomes weaker when there's no enemies around me to hit me, because I'm losing up to like 200% weapon damage when I'm not taking hits and blocking those hits. Pretty boring. Right, let's move. Also up to 30% damage reduction, and I need to have at least 10 stacks. So if anyone wants to join the power level, you could just go to public game and join, I think Tom King's story is what he selected when he created the game. And we're doing Chaos 10, so even high level players would benefit from that extra XP. Even max level players would benefit from that extra legend rank XP you can get. You can see the boss getting destroyed in Chaos 10. But that's because those bosses are pretty nice for this build to handle, due to the damage over time fields keeping our vengeance stacks up. Blade of Vengeance stacks, those ones. Okay, next I can try a boosted run on Chaos 10. And yes, it is done. It is done. You can press escape and leave area. Press escape, leave area, and just go back to the town. You're probably gonna be dying again on this map. But you're still getting that XP. That's one way of boosting. The other way of boosting you would be to do easier difficulty with a speedrunning build like the Belkuradris build, and doing something like Chaos 7 speedruns. That's something that should also work fine. Okay, already 38 for you. So I think instead of racing you, it's better if I just keep going. Because you're still getting XP. Yeah, I see that you died. But as I said, you get XP even when you're dead. So we can just keep going and you can rest at the end. Otherwise I'm gonna have to keep resurrecting you every few seconds. See, you're already 39. This map, you're bound to be dying on this map, because the map modifiers would probably spawn enemies around you, or spawn damage over time fields around you maybe. killed him. I thought I killed the healer. Right, let's get this enemy to follow me to where there's more. Like over here. But Conrad is again a machine for Chaos 10. I'm glad that they fixed this amulet. And that he's got so much cooldown reduction now. Alright, let's try and pull them together to get a bigger group. Like, I think this one. Oh, that's nice. Look at how many. If only there weren't so many ranged enemies that just don't follow me. Right, he's already level 43. That's fast. I mean, it could be faster. It could be faster if I chose like a easier difficulty and just speed ran it. But yeah, I've not power leveled much, so I'm just still figuring out which one would be the fastest method. I'm assuming the fastest probably would be Chaos 7 speedruns or Chaos 8 speedruns with the Belcoradris mage. I don't think there's anything that can be faster than that. Or maybe Chaos 7 runs with the Poison Elessa with the AoE reflex shot, poison reflex shot. And the Leaf's Poison Trails passive skill. That might also be a good one for the easy difficulty speedruns. Those ones are taking too long. I probably picked the wrong act. Act 1 and Act 2 are the ones that are easiest to run. The enemies don't have that much defenses. There's those banner enemies on Act 2, but here this one can be strong and have like a damage reduction shield on them. Then there's the ranger who can also be almost unkillable for a few seconds and not take damage. I'm wondering if I should even bother with the elites. Let's do that. Fuck, I lost my multiplier. I'm wondering if the resurrected skeletons give a XP. They should. I think they should give him XP. Once he's at 50, I can give him some items, by the way. And again, chat, if anyone wants to join us on those Chaos 10 runs, feel free to ask for it. Alright, let's just move. Not worth it to stay for just one enemy. Thankfully I've got a lot of braggy items in my stash. I think the most items I've got on in the stash are braggy items actually. Oh wow, okay. Didn't even see this coming. And the one time I would take my hand off of the keyboard to scratch my nose, because it felt itchy, the nose bridge, and then and then something's gonna do shitloads of damage, and I'm not gonna react on time to heal myself. Murphy's woes. Don't take your hand off of the keyboard if you wanna survive on chaos. Then. Alright, there we go. He's now getting legend XP, no longer getting regular XP. Well, Grats on 50, dude, Grats on 50. We can leave the area, yeah, we can leave the area. We don't have to complete this. Fine by me. Let me go and grab you some items for Bragi. But first need to clear those. So Bragi stuff you want and Bragi stuff you get. I'm gonna give you good stuff. There's an old Grimnir helmet. Let's see if there's a better one. This one doesn't have cooldown reduction, so you're probably better off without it. This one doesn't have counterattack damage, so you're probably better off without it. This one's better. Challenge helmet. This is probably an old one of mine, which I can give you. This one is even already blessed. So Everpeak set with counterattack damage. It's an old one, but maybe there isn't a better one over here. This one and this one. Grimnir Tattoos with counterattack. 16,000 HP. 16,000 HP, 629. Okay, this one gives you a little bit extra counterattack damage, so it's probably better. Not by much, just like I think that's like 20 something crit damage worth of counterattack damage. Because I think 1000, if I remember correctly, 1000 counterattack damage translates into 40 crit damage. When you use fighting spirit mastered, when you use the best fighting spirit. So Everpeak challenge. Challenge without damage. This is pretty bad. He doesn't have flat damage. This is also pretty bad. Doesn't have flat damage. It's still better than not having anything. So this one has flat damage. It doesn't. Oh, actually, this one is pretty decent. Yeah. This one has a little bit of crit damage, flat damage, health drain, and counterattack damage, and HP. This is pretty nice. Every single stat on this item is perfect. I probably have something very good to not be using it. So the only thing that can go better on that gauntlet there is getting more of the rows. Wast Song, as I said, Wast Song, you might want to avoid Wast Song, but if you don't get any other set completed, you might at least use it for now. Everpeak boots, and now let's give you access. Here's a Victor's Tribute, here's an Impatient one. I wanna hold on to the Heartseeker and Impatient and Insatiables. Bruce Tigu got reworked a bit. Let's check. Bruised Ego. Which one to give you? Cooldown, crit chance. Cooldown, crit chance. Damage, damage over time. I can give you that one. The other one I'm probably gonna experiment with since they reworked some stuff. For damage over time builds, the Insatiable seems to be the new thing. It no longer gives you health regeneration, but it's gonna be the one you want for damage over time. Let's see if I can find you something. Like there's a Forge Heart here and here. Let's see which one to give you. Cooldown damage. Armor piercing damage. I'm gonna give you the one with the cooldown. I think it might be better for you. At first, cooldown is what you're probably gonna be focusing on prioritizing. Even if you lose some crit chance and this one has crit chance and cooldown, so forget it. You're gonna get the other one and the better one. Amulets for Bragi. For farming, you might want to be using the Sacrificial Pendant. Vower. This is interesting. They reworked it. Now this gives you damage reduction based on the negative health regeneration. But 2.7, I'm not sure how good that would be. I'm not gonna give you that because I don't think it's worth it, but I'm gonna experiment with it to confirm. Fiery Ring of Tori. Oh, this is not for Bragi though. Molten Ring. Ring of Shadows. You might want to use this one until you get something better. Ancestor's Ring. This seems like an okay one. Cooldown reduction and crit chance. Oh, Ring of Resonance. This is something that you really need on Bragi, and I can give you a decent road one. Cooldown and crit chance. This is an amazing ring, perfect synergy for Bragi builds. I've already given you Molten. Let's give you the better Molten, the one with the damage over time. And I think that's it. Bragi items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. If you want to gear up your Bragi, I can go on mine and we can do some Chaos 8 or 9. Hey, there's a rhyme for you. Then I can just drop you whatever drops for me that I don't need. That's the fastest way to gear boost someone. To play the character that they're trying to gear up. And I'm not sure what you were talking about, the spirit. Spirit? What spirit? So ideally you're looking for Ultimate Carnage Axe. This is an axe that can give you up to 300% damage, not crit damage but damage. Ultimate Carnage Axe, and you're looking for a Grudge Holder. Grudge Holder. Now you want the god skills, right? And the skills. I'm not sure what you mean by a spirit. What's a spirit? I really have no idea what you're referring to as a spirit. I can just give you a video, but it's better to show you instead of giving you the video, because the video is not updated. So let me join online game, find public game, Tom King's story. I think you selected, right? Or maybe Forges of Known. Alright, tell me what your game is on. Alright, I'm gonna give you the God Skill tree and all the other stuff. And I'm actually gonna send you, a screenshot. Oh, I selected the wrong hero, never mind. I'm gonna send you a screenshot because now we are on Steam and it's easier to just screenshot my god skills and skills and send you a screenshot which you can just look at. So I'm gonna go on Bragi quickly and join you then. Just give me a second to change heroes. I think my game is stuck. It's not loading, it's a black screen, so I'm gonna Control Alt and Del and task it. We broke it. We broke the game because I was joining your match when I pressed to exit my one, and we kind of forced it to do two loadings at the same time. Now the game doesn't even want to start. Lovely. How the hell could I break the game that much? It's stuck on preparing to launch Warhammer Chaosbane. Okay, let's cancel that and try again. You can count on me to break something down when it comes to technology and games. Alright, finally it's starting. If there's a way to break it, eventually I'm gonna try and find it. Even if I don't try, eventually it's just gonna find me myself. Let's see. And there's a problem with making screenshot with white shot and Chaosbane, which is weird. I have to alt and tab to another window so I can trigger the print screen thingy. But yeah, you can invite me. Send me the invite again, because I can't join unless unless you re-invite me. Yeah, but we broke the game. We broke the game when I was joined. It was loading me into my own game, and then I clicked during the loading screen. I clicked on your link, and then it kind of got broken, and I had to restart the game. All right, so I'm gonna make a screenshot of my skills first, my god skills actually first. So print screen, did it save it? I'm not sure, probably didn't. So just a second, I need to jump through hoops when doing this. Okay, print screen, screenshot one, save, new folder, Warhammer, Grid Monster 3.0. God skills 1. Okay, now the second one. I'm gonna use those for some build stuff to upload actually as well. Might use those same screenshots and post that build somewhere before I make the video. Okay, now skills. I'm gonna show you the skills with 3 different sets. This is the challenge set. skills challenge set. Now the skills for the other set would be for the Grimnir set. First I need to rework the god skills maybe for the Grimnir set. Oh no, it's done with the skills. So what am I missing? I'm missing number one. Number one was, oh yeah, the god skill. Where the fuck did it go? Wait, what the fuck is the build that I've got going on right now? Oh, there we go, that's the one. Then we are using the heroic skill. And now we're missing fighting spirit only, I think. And the rest should be the same. I'm just trying to make them look the same way to be easy to recognize what's where. This one is Trail of Blood. So here something like that one might be better. Alright, this one is for the Grimnir. So this is the one you might want to end up having right now, because you're using the Grimnir set. And then the Everpeaks is the set that you might want to use for a more cooldown and damage reduction setup. It's still kind of the same stuff, slightly different. Still the same stuff, slightly different. Not that big of a difference, but it is there. So I'm gonna send you all screenshots. So if you want to refer to them later at any time, you can see them. I can also give you an alternative option with more health drain, less crit damage and counter attack damage. That gives you the crit damage. So let me quickly go to where I saved the stuff. So the option with second drain, with more health drain, the option would be this thing. So basically what you do is you remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points here, and then you put points here and you put points here, and this gives you wait, I think I missed something. I need to have this health drain. Well, this still gives you 41% health drain. So this is 41% health drain, 15 damage, 125 crit damage and 15 cooldown reduction. whereas this one is 9% cooldown reduction, 15% damage, 25 damage, and 14% health drain. That's I've done a lot of options today when I played this. I'm not sure what you mean. You're telling me you like the first option, second option, what options? I'm not sure what you're calling an option in this setup. The items. Just tell me the name of the set. So for the undefeated, you want Grudge Holder, Ultimate Carnage, Mountain Pendant, Ring of Resonance, and Fiery Ring of Tori. That would be the perfect setup. The perfect setup would be Mountain Pendant to give you cooldown reduction procs, Fiery Ring of Tori to give you cooldown procs, a Grudge Holder gives you up to 200 and 2500 counter attack damage when you max out your rage, and then an Ultimate Carnage gives you 300% damage, but it reduces your crit chance by 20, which means you would have to make up for this crit chance. It also makes you take 20% more damage, which is a new change. Before it used to just make you take 10% damage and give you 200 damage. Now it gives you 100% more damage, but you take 10% more compared to before, and that 20% crit chance, kind of a nasty nerf, but I still do a lot of crits, even with 20. Well, I've got 47% crit chance, but as soon as I leave the game, the map, I would be at 27. So even at 27%, I still crit a lot. It was a bug, I don't know why, but somehow it was not counting this, which is pretty weird, honestly. Okay, Borneus, okay, bye to you, dude. But yeah, this is what I use on Bragi. Alright, I'm gonna go on Kiwa now. I wanna play Kiwa, I wanna do some tests and experiments with her. Also need to go and have dinner soon, cause it's 9:52. I might just have dinner after my stream and just keep this stream going until midnight for like 2 more hours. So I guess there's not gonna be Minecraft dungeons today, maybe tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff I'm still to test here. First of all, I need to rework some skill trees. This is what I made last time I played the game. This gives me 20% cooldown reduction, 120% crit damage, 35 damage, and some HP, along some bonus damage to champs and champ damage reduction. So this is probably what I will be using on almost all of my builds. There's gonna be some weird setups that I wanna test. Counter attack damage setup with more Grim Smite. It would be the one thing I wanna test. But for that, again, I'm gonna need blessings, and the blessings in this game are super slow to get. I wish we could get blessings much faster, or I wish we could exchange items for blessings better than the shitty rewards we get from this collector's guild. For this collector's guild, I have to donate like hundreds of green items, or like 60 green items, I think, or 50, to get 200 blessings of each type, which is completely bullshit. I should be getting 2000 for that, not 200 of each type. And in general, it should start dropping much more blessings as drops than it does. Right now, it's fucking boring and grindy getting blessing fragments and experimenting with builds. Because I need like 2000 fragments, 1000 from one type, 1000 from the other roughly, to change all my items. Maybe even more, maybe like 1250 fragments of two different types to be able to change all 10 items with 250 gems for the 6 slots. So that's actually 300 gems. So 10 items with 300 gems, that's 3000 fragments. So that takes a while to farm. I'm gonna do some Tower of Chaos. First of all, okay, Chaos 9, let's see if I can do it. First, well, fuck, I probably didn't pick the right build. Oh, never mind, I am on the right build. They're not taking much damage, are they? What's happening? I should be doing like 50 million damage, 20 million damage. I was doing that yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago. Is it because they're buffing each other when they're standing close together, or is there another reason why I'm not doing that much damage? So just earlier I did 12 million, which is exactly how much I should be doing when they're not in the circle, 12 million. By the way, the Forge Blood Pistol is still broken, so keep that in mind if you are planning on playing with it on Q. 24 million, that's more like it. That was definitely more like it. I should still be able to do 36 million when I've stacked up my stuff. Two fragments, nice. Let's do a few more so I don't have to farm fragments for the next runs. So I'm gonna do another quick Chaos Tower. Let's do this one tower and one more tower, and I should have at least 2 more fragments, even if he just drops one. Okay, where's the healer? Here. There we go. Come on, 10 more enemies and we're good. I wanna go on the turret build soon and see how that goes. So next, that's what I'm gonna do. Just quickly trading those. As you can see, 3 red items, still Chaos 9, not a problem. I mean, when Kilo got released, I was doing Chaos 7 or 8 without even completing a set. I think Chaos 7 I could do without completing a set. Just having full red items on this one, and I was able, if I remember correctly, to go on that difficulty on the relic hunts. So let's go on the turret build, the builder build. Let's be builders. It does give me 2000 almost more HP. It's tempting, it's tempting. The cost reduction really won't help much. Well, I'd rather save my blessings for now and not waste them on this armor. I also need to do this. Two green items moved it like a little smidge here. So if 2 green items move it that much, 2 red items, then we need 30 red items to finish this one. That's still a lot. To only get rewarded for those 30 red items 200 blessings of each type. But it seems that they've increased it and it's faster to do now. Let's see how much a green item gives me. Green item seems to give as much as two red items do. Okay, now let's grab back my pistol rings and amulet. Equip them. Wait, was I using a siege breaker? Really? I was using a siege breaker. That's pretty strange. I normally use a fiery ring of Tori or something. Probably mine is not that great, is it? No, it doesn't have cooldown reduction. How's my cooldown right now? 41.9. That's pretty terrible. Anyways, let's try reworking the. That's the old god skill tree, the way I used to use it before. Let's try going all the way to this one and all the way to move mountain. Is it the same? I'm missing something from the whole setup. Oh yeah, I'm missing a lot of things, not just something. But why did I go there? That makes no sense. Why did I take those points? I must have been experimenting with stuff. Or maybe for the crit damage. 20, 60, 80... 80 crit damage is what I took going that route. That's the only reason I see why I took that route there. And that's how many points? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. Let's see if I can get the same amount of crit damage if I go here. 120 crit damage that way. 120 crit damage, 24 damage, 16 damage to champions. 16 damage to champions, 18 damage. Okay, I understand why. That's a little bit of more flat damage that I got maybe. So for the turret build I'm gonna go with the exact same passive evocation as the other one. It just seems like a decent choice the way they're configured. Here I've got 35% damage. What? How? Ah, okay, from here. Getting that 11% extra damage. Yeah, that's a lot of flat damage just from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. And now they're exactly the same. Okay, and now we're using the turret build. First of all, I need to switch the skills properly. Wait, what's happened to my points? I'm using something I shouldn't in the skills. See, I know I'm using this and this and this kind of are equal. Just replaced. Excavation mastered. Explosive rush superior. I could try and decrease the explosive rush if that's what's not giving me points. Engineer 4 mastered, so I need 6 points. Hero of the Desert, padded armor. Hero of the Desert, padded armor. Chain reaction. And the difference now starts. Radiator superior I've got on both. But this one, upgraded automatons, is 12 points. And here I'm using mechanical hits, I think. Oh, again, upgraded automatons, alternating pistons, 12. And the automatons are upgraded as well. What about, can I decrease this one to... Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. This one is nice, it decreases my cooldowns on each switch every few seconds, but I'm missing the points, so we have to do it. We have to kind of go for it. And I think that's gonna be it for this one. Oh, still not enough points, need 2 more points. And that's mostly because of this one, the upgraded automatons, but I can't not use upgraded automatons mastered. Or yeah, I need that. This one is nice for the survivability, but fuck it. Let's check the difference quickly. Damage reduction 20%. I'm gonna try playing with this one for now. Upgraded radiator, could I? I can probably upgrade that one now, because I've got spare points. Let's do this. I hope it doesn't end up being difficult, but before I could do that, so I shouldn't be having problems with slightly reworking the passives and still surviving. Not doing as much damage as the melee, but the turrets are doing some stuff. Let's see if the I think they made the turrets proc Hell Drain. Or is it just me? I think they made the turrets start actually proccing Hell Drain finally. That's a very nice change if they really did it. Because before we couldn't proc Hell Drain with the turrets. And since you can have like 5 turrets up, see, for a moment even I had 6 turrets. And they all keep hitting, that means a lot of Hell Drain should be happening. So this build became stronger by the turrets being able to Hell Drain. So you can see I'm gonna remove every other skill that does damage. You can see I'm still draining HP. That's great. So if I can find more ways to get Hell Drain other than items, this build would be very nice even for Chaos 10. So right now I wouldn't suggest going to Chaos 10 because the damage of the turret itself is not that high. So are there any skills I wanna try? If any skills got boosted? Forge Launcher. I wanna try the Forge Launcher instead of this. Is it an energy skill first? Because I need an energy skill to replace Heavy Pounding. It doesn't seem like Forge Launcher has been made stronger. Sadly, I really love that skill while I first played Kyo when leveling her up. It was amazing for the early levels. Heavy Pounding is just too good to not use it. What else am I to test? I know Mortar is good for the Mortar set. Repeating Rifle Mastered. Let's try it. Can get some energy now. Let's max out my energy and now let's try this. I think I need to test it without any turrets up, just to see the flat damage without duelist chain reaction, without turrets being up. Seems weak. Does seem weak. What else am I to test? Bombs. I wanna test the bombs too. Testing everything if something got changed and became stronger than it used to be before. They didn't include changes regarding those queues in the patch notes, so probably they're the same. In fact, I'm not seeing much of a difference anyways. Okay, now let's again move away and just make sure I don't have duelist chain reaction. So they're not even giving me 1 million damage per bomb exploding. Definitely not worth it. Definitely needs to be boosted because it's weak. Mines got slightly reworked though. What about the counterattack damage here? The explosion throws out shrapnel that solves the damage increased based on counter-attack damage. Okay. Okay, so this is what I might wanna make as a weird build later. Counter-attack damage build with more Grim Smite and Mines and Excavation mastered. Mines and this. Oh, do mines now trigger chain reaction? Another thing that needs to be tested. Wait, they changed them, made them energy cost skills? Oh, they cost energy and have a cooldown. But they don't trigger duelist chain reaction, of course. Alright, let's try placing some more mines just to see how much damage they can... Fuck, okay, not now. That experimenting is just... Okay, let's do a mine somewhere where there's no enemies. Trying to figure out how much damage that stupid mine does. I didn't see a million even, but... Yeah, that was pretty low, wasn't it? It's shit. It's shit skill. And to think that they actually... reworked that skill and it still does that little damage. That was actually one of the skills that was mentioned in the patch notes. Well, they can't be able to balance everything, I guess, properly. So right now there's only... oh, Iron Dragon has been reworked. I wanna test that too. But Iron Dragon is gonna be good for a damage overtime build. Wow, it uses so much energy, so much, yeah, actually energy that it's unbelievable. And it still doesn't even do 1 million compared to the Mage Breath of Fire that can do 1, 2, 3, even 4 million with the right build per tick. Iron Dragon still weak. So right now you've got a few good skills to use for damage. Heavy Pounding, even if you're not with the heroic version. Mortar, even if you're not with the heroic version, but preferably only on the mortar set with the heroic one. The turret, and that's kind of it. Speaking of advanced skills, I mean, this rifle didn't seem that bad. Because with this one you can get up to 50% extra damage. But you have to stay in one place to keep firing to get that that extra damage, and it's just terrible if that's how you have to play it. Would it be nice if you could move and shoot with this, and if it shoots in random directions instead of just where you're facing. Right now with the turret you're better off doing melee so you can get that extra damage reduction. Where was it? Melee attacks on turrets increase their damage for a few seconds. That's just the reason why you would wanna be using melee with turrets. Just that by itself makes heavy pounding the master of the turret build as well. Because first you're increasing your turret damage, second you can actually afford to stand in one place and tank some damage. So the only case I would see myself not using heavy pounding would be when I'm using a mortar build. Or when I'm using an excavation build, which still works. I mean, excavation is still pretty strong. And you can heal up pretty nicely with an excavation build. But if I'm doing an excavation build, I'm probably not gonna be doing turrets. I mean, I'm still gonna use turrets, but not the turret set. But rather the melee damage set, which is super strong. And yes, Vlad and Rakic, thank you for the suggestion. I'm not really gonna make a video regarding which set is strongest, but I always say it in my build videos. So I'm gonna make separate build videos for mostly every single set eventually in the game. And I always mention in those videos which set might be better for which type of build. Some sets were obviously better for certain builds, like on this class I think this set and the melee set are the better ones. Regardless whether you're playing a melee build or a turret build with melee. I play melee build with turrets and a turret build with melee with barely any difference, and it's just the little extra flavor of doing more damage with the turrets or doing more damage with the melee. But overall my passives are almost the same, like 90% same passives. The god skills are the same, which is mostly because I'm just using the kind of meta combo. It might not be the only meta, there might be multiple metas, but this is the one I like my kind of flavor. I'm pretty sure there's people who would use other combos. There's some weird things I wanna test though. Mostly with counter-attack damage is when I like experimenting, because the developers seem to have put some thought on every class into making us use counter-attack damage as a stat. You just have to kind of figure out what they intended for us to do. So this one, Morgrim's Might, is what I used before the last update, and it wasn't that good of a bonus to get from counter-attack damage. I couldn't get that big of a bonus, but it was nice using Morgrim's Might to see how it could improve a build. And I'm gonna try again now, because now we get more counter-attack damage from passives, so, or maybe it's just moved in more logical places. I think they want us to use a damage over time Jetstream build. Jetstream is this one. When you hold spacebar, you're releasing your overheating. I think they want us to use something like that as well, because there's a lot of counterattack damage around. Was it here? Around here, so all the way to this side, which is ancestral stamina. Maximum health is increased by a percentage of health regeneration, but health regeneration getting reduced. So they probably wanted us to use this one with counterattack damage. And then we've got things like Engineer of War Superior on that side. But then it makes no sense much why they put cooldown reduction next to Jetstream, where Jetstream really doesn't need cooldown. It's one of the weirdest decisions they've made to put the cooldown reduction nodes on this one here, on this way. But they probably wanted to push people towards using Engineer of War and get that cooldown reduction for it. Before I was using Engineer of War Superior. Now I started using this one because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 cooldown reduction nodes on the way. Before I could get cooldown reduction here and here, which was pretty nice. And before we had a lot of counterattack damage around this skill. There was counterattack damage on this side and on this side, and it did work well. Not that well, but it worked well. Now I don't think there's cooldown, not cooldown, I don't think there's counterattack damage anywhere other than here and this side. But here, look at that. We've got Move Mountain Superior, which is okay. Not bad to use it, but then we have the Jet of Stream archetype ability, deals more damage and taunts enemies with counterattack. But it's weird why the counterattack damage is next to this one when they probably want us to use that thing here. During the effect of physical damage, physical damage inflicts bleeding and high overheating level won't cause an explosion. So you're reaching high overheat, 100 maximum stacks, and then you're dumping those stacks with jet stream. I think that's what they're meaning for us to do. And the best set for something like this might be the blazing set, probably. So you might want to be using excavation to build heat. This is also at 100% damage over time. Overheating charges are no longer regularly lost as well. And crit hit damage from fire skills is increased, but this only increases the damage over time and crit hit damage from fire skills based on overheating level. It also gives you a version of this skill, Gelatinous Punch. Where was it? This one. It gives you a heroic version of that one to get even more high fire damage. And overheating explosions, leaving a fire trail. But since you're not going to be doing explosions, overheating explosions when you're using this, it's going to be weird build to try. I'm going to try it when I farm some more fragments. Right now I need so many fragments on every single hero. I'm not even sure how long it's going to take to get all those fragments farmed. Because farming fragments right now is one of the most boring things in the game to do. Because the skills that you use to farm fragments are weak and barely do any damage. Until they boost the skills that we use to farm fragments, it's gonna be kind of painful to farm them. You're probably better off speedrunning low easy level boss rushes and selling the items you get from those, or speedrunning level 1 Chaos Tower, completing it and then selling all the stuff to the Traders Guild. That's probably gonna give you faster fragments than any other stuff. See, I'm barely getting 2 million damage per hit with this one. And also when you're talking about strongest set, some heroes have sets that are strong for damage, others strong for damage reduction. Some have something that's good for both. But for example, Conrad is a good example. He has a set that's good for damage and damage reduction, but he also has a set that has twice, even 3 times the damage of the one that's more tanky. So the Pistolier can do like 100 million damage, when the what's it called, Someone's set can do like 20, 30, 40 million damage, but has much better survivability than the Pistolier. But also requires a lot of enemies to be hitting you to do all that damage, where the Pistolier doesn't require you to get hit. In fact, you might wanna not get hit at all on it, if you can, because the Pistolier is quite squishy. And the Mage has the Dragon Tamer set, which is super strong damage-wise. But you can also make a Dragon Tamer build. Thank you, Tauter CRB, for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. So the Mage can build a Dragon Tamer to be more defensive and still have decent damage. Not as much as the more glass cannon version, but that doesn't mean they're not gonna be doing okay damage. And the best to farm green sets would be to do level 1 Chaos Tower and collect. Then do upgraded Relic Hunt, max out the 3 chests, and then see what I'm doing right now is the upgraded Relic Hunt, but I'm kind of chilling and messing about. I'm not speed running or trying to do it as fast as I can. But you have 1 key, 2 keys, 3 keys. Once you get 3 keys, you can end the mission and kill the boss and loot all 3 chests. If you think it's gonna take you too long to farm all 3 keys, farm just for 1 or for 2. But if you're running a good build that can clear the map quickly, just get all 3 keys and then leave. But in order to do an upgraded Relic Hunt, you have to do Tower of Chaos. And that's why I'm saying do level 1 Tower of Chaos and leave. Level 1 Tower of Chaos and leave. So my suggestion is do that 5-6 times. Or maybe even 10 times if you want. Get some tokens and then spam a few upgraded Relic Hunts. Because with an upgraded Relic Hunt you can get an immense amount of wood quality. Like people can get up to over 11,000 wood quality if they are using farming items. In fact, you can have a trick. You can before opening the chest equip an amulet that gives you wood quality based on crit chance. You can equip items that give you more crit chance, maybe even passive skills that give you crit chance right before opening the chest. And then once you open the chest you can switch back to your normal items. That's a way to cheese it, to trick the game without having to do much. And it's not cheating or anything, it's just being clever and using your items smart. When you're playing solo you can just pause the game while opening your inventory. When you're in multiplayer that cannot be done, so you might have to just tell everyone to wait until you switch items. But overall, it is a possibility that people should consider switching amulets. So every class has something that can give you up to 500 extra wood quality. This one is on Kiwa. So the limit for crit chance is 80%. That's the hard cap. You can't get more. With 80% crit chance you get 500 wood quality with this pendant. Every class has one of them, they have different names. On the dwarfs they are called Pendant of Taunting. Then you have I think Medal of the Exemplar on Conrad. You have Amulet of something, I think Amulet of Contempt on the Mage. And Talisman of the Predator I think was called on Elessa. But if you have suggestions for content you'd like to see, I'd like to hear them. It's good to tell me that you want something about the strongest armors, the strongest sets, but that's a very opinionated kind of build, because some sets definitely might be something prefers for more damage, but someone might think the strongest set to be the one that gives you the most damage reduction. So on a mage that would be the Ult one. The Ult one set is the best for team play. And thank you Super Dumakaku, or I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but let's say Super Dumakaku. So the Ult 1 is best for team play, because with the Ult 1 set you can provide a lot of damage reduction and damage to your teammates. The way I play Ult 1, I'm providing my teammates with over 125% flat damage. I think with like 60% damage reduction that I'm sharing, maybe less, maybe more, and then a bunch of crit chance as well. So some people might consider this to be the strongest, even though it doesn't do the most damage. It provides the whole team with more damage, and overall, if you're playing with others, it's better to use ult 1, because everyone would be benefiting from those bonuses, not just you being strong. But in a way, if you're strong enough and you're clearing things fast enough, then the whole team would like it. So it's just a matter of point of view, whether you want to be the guy that buffs everyone, or whether you want to be the guy that kills everything before everyone can even reach it. So the one that buffs everyone would also be the one that has a lot of survivability. I'm gonna go quickly on the match to show you. Just gotta quickly sell this. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, those two sets on the mage, so you can see the difference of the two. You're probably not gonna see the difference because I don't have teammates to buff them, unless you wanna join me and we can play together. And this is fine if you wanna join me. If you're on Steam PC, we can add each other. Let me quickly go back to the chat and read all the messages. So how much wood quality you reach in Chaos 9? In Chaos 9, with Amulet of Taunting, you can get 11,000 plus wood quality. But anything above 7 wood quality is overkill. I mean, before I used to be happy to get 3,200 wood quality or 3,500 wood quality when Chaos 7 and 8 were the limit. I was pretty happy to get that much. I mean, even 5,000, 6,000 wood quality is pretty decent, but I think at Chaos 9 the base is 10,500. Without having any wood quality on your character, I think you're gonna be having 10,500 maximum wood quality when you fill the bar all the way to the end. And the way this works is, as I said, 80% is the limit crit chance. So when you have 80% crit chance, you get 500 wood quality. That's how it works with this pendant. So you can just equip it before looting chests if you want to, for that extra few hundred wood quality. The free cosmetics, you have to. I think it's glitched. I've seen the announcement, and the free cosmetics is a DLC that used to be part of the season pass or the Magnus edition. So basically the way to find them is to go to appearance, and it's those here at the start. It should be here at the start. Before we used to find them here. Before you can go to skill and fan skills, and they used to be here. They're no longer here. I think it's bug and they need to fix it, because even on the heroes where I see it in appearance, when I go here, on some heroes I can see them, on this one I can't. I'm gonna quickly go on the mage to show you what I mean. Yeah, I see it. I see it. It's free. You can grab this DLC from the Steam store page and you can add it. It's free of charge. And that's the announcement, that you no longer need to buy it. You no longer need to buy a season pass or something like that. And I've got the DLC because I've got Magnus Edition, which includes all the DLCs. But the problem is it's broken. It doesn't allow me to have them. In fact, it no longer gives me those. See, this is Fan Gear 1, Fan Gear 2, uh, and I just don't have them unlocked because they made a mess with this update, with this thingy. So we're getting those free of charge, so grab that DLC. When they fix it, you're gonna be able to equip it. Because what they forgot to make is they forgot to unlock this permanently. So now it's always locked. And now there's no way to unlock it unless you find the item and give it to the Collector's Guild. So they forgot to think that having a system to force you to collect everything and give it to the Collector's Guild wouldn't work for an item you cannot get as a drop. Another thing they messed up with is low level items. You cannot get those low level skins on high level characters. So people like me who've been playing for a while are getting forced to make lobbies to get some of those skins. And there are some nice looking skins in the lobby section, so some people might wanna use those. Well, if Fengear 1 works fine for you, that's weird because it doesn't work for me. There's definitely a bug that affects some people. Because it doesn't work for me on any of my heroes, and I do have all the DLCs, I do have the Magnus Edition. I went on my properties of the game and every DLC has been enabled. Maybe I need to disable that and then enable it again. Now, let's quickly show you what I mean when I was talking about sets and stuff, and which is strong, which is weak. So on the mage you have the Dragon Tamer, which is pretty much very strong set. So you can see the amount of crit damage I can do here. Wait a second here. So you can see many things are dying quickly. And this is Chaos 9. So with my attacks, even without all the buffs, I can do like 14, 20 million, and with buffs I can do 40, 50 million if I stack all the buffs and all of that. 23 million just now without stacking everything, because to stack everything I need to stay still in one place, which I could probably do. But if I just stay on one place and get them to come to me. But you can see overall average between 12 and 20 million most of the time with the current setup I'm running, which is a bit of a weird setup because I'm missing some blessings in the gear. Basically it's a setup where I'm using this thing, Counter Spell Mastered, and I'm using all the counter attack damage over here. This max HP, I don't think I really need that. I could probably try and put the point somewhere else. There's nothing else though, nothing else that's better to take. Maybe 3% damage would be better. But yeah, in any case, I am getting 74% extra damage based on how much counter attack I've got in my items. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 items with counter attack. And I can get better if I'm saving some items I wanna bless. Let's do it now actually. Let's show you. So this one gives me 574. This one also gives me 574, which is weird. I think I selected the wrong item. Yeah, I selected the wrong one. And my game now crashed, fuck. Game will crash. Chaosbane crash dump will be created. You can find it in the executable folder. Okay. Yeah, you can count on me to break a game. Right now I can't close the stupid crash report thingy even. Alright, let me restart the game then. Just a second, I'm fixing my Windows, my chat overlay window here. There we go. There's no sound here because I've muted it, because I hate my character telling me he still has cooldown or not enough energy or whatever. So I've muted the voice lines. By the way, that's how you fix that. If you don't like your character constantly nagging you when you're spamming a skill that's not ready yet, just reduce the voice volume. I'm still to see a game that would separate the voice lines when you don't have enough mana, or that still being in cooldown, to make a toggle on and off option to separate it. And I'm from Bulgaria, by the way. I'm from Bulgaria, southeastern Europe. But as you saw, Kiwa doesn't have the appearance. The others have it, but for me it's broken. And yeah, let's go again and show you. Finish that tower run, show you this one, and then I'm gonna show you ult one, so you can see the difference between them. But keep in mind, right now on this one I'm using kind of the counter attack stuff, and I wanted to bless my item, so let's go ahead and bless it. And my game crashed again. I'm doing the exact same thing and it's crashing. Fuck. I think so. It crashes immediately when I click on the chest. So I go to bless items, I click on the chest thingy here on the side where I select to arrange them, and that's how it crashes. That's how it crashes. So they have problems with that. So careful, don't do this. When you're inside the map, I think it only crashes when you're inside of a mission. Maybe in the town it won't. I'm gonna try it in the town. If it crashes in the town, then that's something that they really need to push out a hotfix for, instead of waiting 2-3 months for the next update to fix this, because that's fucking game breaking, crashing bullshit. I can at least tell them how to replicate it, so I'm gonna try and report it afterwards if I remember. So let's see if it's gonna crash again. Fuck! It crashes even in the town. Oh man. They need to figure out a tool that automatically sends the crash reports. I don't wanna have to email them the crash reports. Nobody wants to go through the trouble of going through their folder, getting the crash dump and sending it. They should figure out a tool that immediately sends it automatically, the same way Unreal Engine, for example, has some similar thing to send it. Although the Unreal Engine sends the crashes to the Epic team, not to the game developers who are using the game. So how am I gonna fucking sort my items now? I'm afraid to click. I'm not gonna click now. I'm gonna try and find the item I wanna bless myself. But this is the item I wanna bless, so I'm gonna equip it. Do bless an item and it appears here. And then I can do last blessing. You can see my previous one was 574 counter attack damage. This one is much more. That's why I'm gonna bless it. So if you wanna bless something that doesn't appear here, because you can see my other armor isn't. The only things I'm seeing here are the items equipped in my 1, 2, 3, 4. So what you do is you just equip the item and then bless it afterwards. That's a bullshit bug. I don't know how they even managed to make such a bug, but they managed to. So, and you can see now I got 1500 more counterattack damage, and my previous item was only 600. So just that gave me like 2000 more, and my counter spell now gives me 81%, and before it was 74, I think it was 74, and now we get 81. So just by that I got like another 9%. And this can what one? This one can give me counterattack damage instead of wood quality, for example. This one can give me up to 1000 because that's a legacy ring. This one can give me up to 1000. This one can give me up to 1500 if I get new boots. And this one can give me, instead of wood quality, some counterattack damage, for example. So overall this build should be much better. With my old setup I had 109,000 damage. Now with this one, without maxing out the counterattack, I'm at 123 without buffs, with the same items, just slightly changing 2 pieces right now of equipment, but that was armors, which again shouldn't count towards the damage, but you saw it counted. And it counted because of the counterattack, and they made it better now, because you can get much more counterattack damage percent from your passives. That's why such a setup right now is more viable than before. And I'm experimenting with this idea. And on all classes it seems like it's a little better to try and experiment now with the counterattack, because everything got slightly boosted in the skill tree, and Bragi has counterattack builds. I haven't tested on Conrad how a counterattack build would work, but with Conrad the problem is you're relying on the counterattack damage being the damage. Here counterattack damage translates into flat damage. On Elessa you can get physical damage from stacking counterattack damage with a passive, the same way I get here. And on Bragi you're getting crit damage by stacking counterattack damage by using a passive god skill. So this is why it's pretty nice to do it that way, whereas on Conrad I don't see it happening. Every time I tried on Conrad to get a good build with counterattack, it has been super disappointing, because you're counting on the counterattack itself doing a lot of damage, and that just doesn't happen. Oh wait, I need to leave that one. Alright, let's complete that one, and the next one I'm gonna change my set so I can show you the other one where I'm much more tanky, which is still a strong set, just the other type of strong. The bulky type of strong rather than the damagey type of strong. This one is still pretty bulky though, the way I've set it up. It's pretty strong still as a survivability. Still have 29 million defense, so 30 million even. Right now I'm at 30 million without this one, without that 20% damage reduction from Arcane Manifestation. superior. Another 2 fragments. Now I'm gonna change to ult 1 and do a run. But since on ult 1 I don't have the counterattack blessings. Ult 1 used to be my go-to set for counterattack before. But I don't have counterattack blessings on it right now. But this one would be the one I wanna try, because 1426 counterattack damage on this. So when I get to counterattack stuff, I will be using that, and I will be using this one. So I'm already starting to save up items with counterattack damage. Even for Belkuradris I've already got 2 things for the set. In fact, even this one, which I don't think I really need right now. So let's grab those. So with this set you get, first of all I need to bless this for damage and HP. On this set you get a lot of damage reduction. First you get 20% here, and then you get this one which gives you another 20% as a heroic. Then I can get another 20% from this one, so that's 60. And then when I'm using this one, that's another 20, so 80% damage reduction. And here another 10%. And then I don't even need to use rings with damage reduction, but I can if I want to. Then pretty decently I get 20% damage here for me and my allies. Then I get 10% crit chance and 100% damage for me and my allies. So that's 120% damage and 10% crit chance. Then another 100% more damage the enemies that would take. So 220% more damage is what an enemy would be taking if my ally is getting buffed by this and by this, and is within my circle. So pretty strong of a set for team play. So we're on Chaos now 9. Let's do a relic hunt now. The Riftwalker is pretty nice, yeah, the Riftwalker is pretty nice with the Belkuradris. It's probably not as strong for Chaos 10, and in general for team play, most of the time the others won't be able to catch up to you. But I will be testing some reworked Riftwalker versions with the counter spell stuff. Because I think counter spell Riftwalker would be amazing with Arcane Manifestation Superior. And getting all the way to here and getting all the way to here. The same setup I was using on my other set earlier. Right now this is what I'm using on the ult one, which is the non-counterattack stuff. I probably need to remove those points and put them towards more cooldown reduction. Like I can get 1-2 points cooldown reduction, and then I can get even Fortress of Willpower Mastered, which I don't have the points to use, unfortunately, unless I downgrade this one, which I can. It's not bad to downgrade this to be able to use upgraded Fortress of Willpower. But right now on this build I don't even need the upgraded Fortress of Willpower. It's pretty strong as it is, survivability wise. You can see my damage doesn't fall that short from the other build. See, the other build was doing between 12 and 20 something, most of the time around 12 and 20, 18, 17 million. Here my lowest is like 10 with my melee skill, and the highest I think is, we have to figure out what the highest would be once I build it up. Okay, the lowest is 9, it's not 10, actually even so 6. So I think we can do 13, 14, 15 million. Of course, neither was a glass cannon setup. All setups were kind of more balanced towards having survivability and damage at once. But it's enough to help you clear out stuff within reasonable speed. At least for me that's reasonable. Someone might want faster clear, and that's where the Belcoradris set comes. You can make a Belcoradris set that is a little bit tankier, so it can do Chaos 9 and 10 without getting 2-3 shot. Overall everyone got boosted with this update, and that probably won't be different with the Belcoradris. So let's do Belcoradris next. I'm gonna go on my Belcoradris after this, just so I can see what the difference would be. My Belcoradris is the least geared because I'm whacking good Herald, Phoenix Herald stuff. I really want a good Phoenix Herald stuff, but still don't have it. Trying to keep the streak going of killing enemies.
May the winds of magic grant me power!
But still, the Dragon Tamer seems to be clearing faster than this. Overall, you would be clearing much faster than the Dragon Tamer, because it's like 80% more damage, I think, or 60% more damage, somewhere around there that I do with my current Dragon Tamer. And with my old Dragon Tamer, I think I used to do more damage before the changes and less damage after the changes, after I reworked it, but it was much easier to survive. Before I was much squishier. I could do 50-60 million before with my Dragon Tamer, but it was kind of a more squishy sort of a version of it.
May the winds of magic grant me power!
But you can see the shit enemies die quickly, and the shit enemies still get wrecked. The problem are the elites take a little bit longer to kill.
May the winds of magic grant me power!
I wish there would be more density of enemies so I can fill this up quicker when I'm playing with this build, because this build you can see I can soak the hits from this enemy without a problem. My HP is barely moving down. I'm gonna stand in his explosion when he dies, just so you can see. See, even that explosion did like 200,000 damage only, and I don't think I had my damage reduction to the max. But Ut1 with the passives I showed you, instead of using Etheric Storm Mastered, using Etheric Manifestation Superior would be the tankiest you can get on a mage. The passives I was using on my Dragon Tamer converted to this guy and using counter attack and counter spell. So kind of the way I do God skills, sometimes I make a setup with the God skills that is viable for multiple sets, just requiring some slight changes to the skills you use. And that counter spell one would be viable for any set, any build. You just have to adapt the active and passive skills to the God skills setup.
May the winds of magic grant me power!
Okay, how many more? I want to get at least 2 keys, but hopefully I can get 3 keys. Okay, 2 keys now. And the Wast Song set is the weakest on Bragi. At least last time I checked Wast Song set, it was super weak. I haven't checked it yet, but it still seems like it won't be that that strong unless you really go heavily into synergizing damage over time, which we can do. I think we've got some time. I can go next on Bragi. First I want to do a Riftwalker run, and then I can go on Bragi and try and figure out a build for the Wast Song set that's still viable. But the problem with that is the Bragi skills that do damage over time are shit still. So I don't know, it seems like even though they reworked the set a little bit, it's still probably gonna be bad idea to go damage over time on Bragi. I think Grimnir might be the better option to go damage over time with fire rather than Wast Song and bleeding, but the Wast Song really does buff the damage over time. But there was a passive here that gives you damage over time based on damage. It reduces your base damage, but it gives you damage over time. And doing physical damage has a chance to inflict bleeding. And this one might work well with Wast Song. So I will test it. I will definitely try it out. So maybe a Molten Ring might work well now. If you have a good rolled one, of course. But in general, the Wast Song set, even if I figure out a damage over time build, I can tell you I'm not seeing the numbers going as high as a non-damage over time build, and you being able to do much with it compared to like a crit monster setup. But the Wast Song seems to be the most underwhelming set, at least used to be. We'll see now, we'll see if I can get something out of it without blessing for damage over time, because as I said, fragments are a problem. Getting a lot of them quickly is still a problem in the game. I wish the fragments weren't that bad. If they reduce the cost of blessing items to like 10 fragments in each slot instead of 50, but right now the cost is your level in fragments, so if you're level 50 you need to use 50 fragments in each slot, and they just need to increase the drop rate. The drop rate when you're not using the fucking boring skills like this one. This skill is super bad. Look at the little damage it does. Even now on this build that kind of gets decent damage, you can still see this doesn't do more than 2 million. And that's actually one of the few heroes on which you can get okay damage. That's kind of somehow a little bit acceptable as a skill to use fragments. And even then you're seeing it's dropping what, 2, 3, 4 per drop. It should start dropping 10, 15, 12, maybe 8 minimum per drop when it drops a fragment. Those fragments really need to be looked into, because it's just grindy as hell. And if you want people to be experimenting with your game, give them the freedom to do so. They did it once. Before we needed to have fragments to respec our god skills. They did it once and removed the cost to respec god skills and made it free. So it's not like they're not listening to the community and not trying to do quality of life. They probably need people to start whining more about the fragments being shitty as a drop rate right now for people who don't use the same build for months and who like experimenting a lot. We'll see if they're gonna consider boosting those. I mean, I know if someone is using the same build for months, they're gonna end up having 10, 20, 30,000 fragments that they're not touching. But not everyone is like that, playing the same build for the same character, and just once they're done with the blessing, not touching anything else. Alright, let's go with the chest. I think we don't need to farm anymore. So I'm gonna do a quick Belkuradris run and then go on Bragi to test if I can get something with the damage over time Wast Song set. But you can use the Wast Song set the same way I use the other sets, with a crit monster build. It's just not gonna be that great on a crit monster build compared to the other ones. But if Wast Song is your only set, you can use my crit monster 3.0, which I can quickly show you images of. Just a second. It's gonna be made into a video, but let me show you the screenshots quickly. So, God skills number 1, God skills number 1, and then God skills number 2. So this is fighting spirit, and this is here until the damage over the counter attack damage. You can remove those 1, 2, 3, 6 points to get more wife leech and cooldown. You get 6 more cooldown, and you get 10, 7, 10, 7 health drain. So instead of 14, you should have like 48 health drain or something with that. Okay, another thing would be well, those are the challenger, the Everpeak, and the Grimnir skills. So I'm gonna walk on to Bragi in a moment. Now quickly need a change. Oh wow. This is the one I really need a better version of, a green version of. If you want, I can send you those images, or you can just screenshot them, and let's hydrate as you use this one. Alright, hydrated, unmuted myself. Alright, quickly, just a second. I'm gonna need to do some changes. First, I'm not gonna need this, but I'm probably gonna need this. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong window. This and this. Where's my... There we go. This and this. And now we're in this set. Although that's my old skill 3. And my old skill 3 is just not gonna cut it as much. It just doesn't give me that much damage, crit damage, so I'm gonna have to consider changing a lot of things. Armor piercing, damage over time. I'm gonna go for more damage over time, because if I remember correctly, I'm using damage over time items in most sockets. Damage over time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times damage over time. So that means let's focus on the damage over time shit. How many points to reach this? I want to reach this one, but if I can't reach that one, maybe there's other places of damage over time, or maybe I can get this crit damage and damage and energy. Maximum energy is pretty nice, and this one is also a lot of energy, a lot of crit damage. I could try using Master of the Winds Because look at the amount of crits we are getting. And cost reduction and... Okay, just checking something. I'm losing... 100 crit damage, 9 damage, and 15 energy cost and 14 energy. If I go this way, I'm getting so 24 energy and 20 cost reduction and 2% regeneration versus 24 energy, 15 cost reduction and no energy generation. And then I want to see the damage bonus. Here I'm getting 22% damage, and over here I'm getting 17% damage. Oh, okay, I can still get 5% cost reduction. Still wondering which way would be better to go. Damage max energy or... I really like Arcane Manifestation, but I might have to get rid of the Arcane Manifestation. But let's say I get rid of the stuff over here. 5 damage over time, 5 damage over time. No, that's 20 damage over time. I definitely don't want to get rid of that one. So if I were to do this, and I don't have 2 points for this one. But then I get 40% more energy. And this really sorts out a lot of the energy shit. Another thing, I want to see if this one would be fun to go. No, that doesn't seem right. Alright, let's see if I go this way. What am I getting? HP? Mostly HP. I'm getting those projectiles. I'm getting cooldown reduction 5%, and then there was another 5% somewhere here. So if I remove this first, and that's 15% cooldown reduction. I can go, oh, I can go all the way here. So that's 40% HP. No damage over time though. Now there was a damage over time thing around here. A lot of it. Shitloads of it. Let's see if that gives me energy stuff. Maximum energy and energy regeneration are increased based on the amount of HP lost. Stacking limit up to 100. I'm gonna test this shit. I am going to test this, see how that works. But what do we get rid of? Maybe this one. Oh, 5 points, really? You want me to use 5 points? It fucking sucks. Let's try and do this one. This one won't work well because it only works on the one cast. And you have to be doing one skill with cooldown, one energy, and it just doesn't work well. I'm gonna quickly test it though. Oh no, I don't have points. Alright, let's see. I'm at Chaos 9. I wonder if I can do Chaos 9 now. Pretty squishy. As I said, this build is just too squishy. I suspected I'm not gonna be able to survive easily on Chaos 9. And that's exactly what's happening. Because now I ran out of energy. In fact, I'm better off if I stay in place instead of teleport right now. And now I'm gonna die probably. Yeah, I suspected that's gonna happen. So still, this set is just not for Chaos 9. It's just squishy. It is just squishy. It gives you a lot of mobility, but I don't wanna have to be dodging all the time to be pushing something. That's why I use this set only on easy difficulty like Chaos 8, 7, not 9 or 10. Let's try a different setup though. I didn't like this one bit. So I'm gonna remove this and I'm gonna try the more damage setup. Maybe I'm gonna try and do more damage before. Damage, crit damage, crit damage, damage. Energy damage, crit damage, damage. Let's try it like this first. Maybe that one would work a little better. 5% more damage over time. There's a lot of cost reduction here. I'm gonna try with the cost reduction setup next. Alright, super. Thank you again for being here, and until next time to you. Alright, this is a little better, but I think the enemies are just different and not putting that much pressure on me. It all depends on the enemies in the end. Whether there's more damage over time enemies that you can deal with, or more ranged enemies that just... this one, the poison enemy is annoying. Because when there's shitloads of poison on the ground, it just ends up killing you. So I never recommended this build, this set for hard content, and Tower of Chaos is definitely not where you would want to be using a Belkuradris set. It's just too risky, the chances of you dying are too big because you don't have enough damage reduction. If you do the counter-attack based damage, then maybe you can have damage reduction, but right now I can't do it because I don't have enough pieces of counter-attack blessed gear. But it could work well if you use Arcane Manifestation with damage reduction and have some sort of cooldown reduction stacking so you can spam the arcane manifestation. But again, I'm not the one to be best at playing the builds I have. Someone might be able to, with the exact same build, the exact same gear with my hero, do better against the exact same enemies. So that's also a factor, the player. It's a big factor whether the player can handle the build or not. But this one is it's not easy difficulty to play. It's actually one of the hardest builds to play on the mage, because it requires you to be moving in the right moment away from the enemy, and to be jumping on it in the right moment to make him take damage. To pay attention to things like this tentacle that's gonna appear now there. That is just gone now. To kill the healers before healing anyone else as well. Like this one's charging to tentacle, I don't even see where. Let's pick up some gear to sell. Let's try and do a run. Let's try and do a relic hunt before moving on to Bragi. Now we're getting an auto host from Messiah again. Thanks again, dude, if you are watching this. So, okay, let's do a quick relic hunt. Nurgle, Korn, Swanesh, Singe, Invasion of the Tomb Kings. I'm probably gonna do Nurgle, cause why not? Oh, and I forgot to rework my passives, because I rearranged the god skills. That means I've got some passives to put in place. I think I can put in place the passive with more energy. So that means what did I remove? I removed Hero of the Desert, so I can bring it back. Because this one, I'm not gonna use the 40%, I'm gonna use this one, and then I've got 7 points, just the right amount for Hero of the Desert. And overall, it's gonna be a little better. My energy is 337 without the passive. With the passive, it should be 30% more, so 400. Okay, that works fine, I think. But my problem is not always the energy, in fact, it's just the energy is my least problem, because I can just weave in between some hits with this. I really don't like this. I'm gonna go back to my previous setup with Quaish Mastery. But there's a lot of HP. This build, it was hard to get that much HP on this build before. Now it's a bit easier. Did they remove the exploding barrels, by the way? Because if they didn't, we might end up dying from an exploding barrel if they didn't remove them. They maybe reduce the damage they do, which they should have long ago. Wow, exploding barrel, and I think it was more than just one. So they didn't remove them, and the damage didn't seem that reduced. I just had more HP this time and survived it. I'm gonna try and heal up. No! Fuck. Should have stayed there killing.
Knowledge is power.
Let's pull the other one away from there and get more enemies in the meantime. But yeah, this build definitely, if you want to play it on harder difficulties, it requires some player skill. It's not a build that plays itself, like for example the Conrad Solon's build, where you just stand in the middle and press 2 skills and keep spamming those 2 skills. Eventually every now and then spam another skill to proc some other stuff. It's not that type. You see, if I make mistakes, I die, and the mistake I do is I over push it. You should hit and run, do some hits, run. Do some hits, run. And let the DPS damage over time trickle. That's why I suggest playing this with damage over time setup, because the damage over time is the main source of stuff to help us deal damage. Because you can see I can leave and he's taking 800,000, 1 million, but a multiple of those a second, because there's many of those on his feet. Fuck, exploding barrel, of course. Fucking exploding barrel, sir. They still haven't nerfed them. This is the worst thing they could make to this game, to have exploding barrels that do 200, 300,000 damage, even more. And when you stack 2 or 3 of those next to each other, it's an instant one-shot for people with AoE builds, like those Whitenings of mine, or the Fire Aura, or Bragi Grimnir that has a Fire Aura, or a less poison build that has a poison aura. There's no way to avoid those triggering if you get near them. And to make an item like this, destructible like this, that deals so much damage, is plain bullshit. It's good to have those, but first of all they need to have a timer, like 2 seconds. They need to start blinking red and maybe giving you a peep 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 sound, so you know that there's something that you need to avoid, otherwise you're gonna die. Not immediately explode when you hit them and one shot you, because sometimes you're teleporting blindly, like I am now, and you don't even see where you're teleporting, what's where you're ending up. And then yeah, top kick barrel deaths.
Knowledge is power.
But you're seeing that again, this is a squishy build. I just intentionally did it on Chaos 9 so you can see how someone who doesn't use it to the best they can would have a lot of problems with it. And you saw me earlier playing the Dragon Tamer, you saw me playing Cult 1, and I never had problems with the survivability on those compared to this one.
Knowledge is power.
And that's due to just whacking enough damage reduction. So this is the best set for mobility and for doing a little bit easier content, like Chaos 7 maybe up to 8, but when it comes to 9 and 10 I really think there's better options. But for the lower difficulties this is the best. So it's still a best, not that type of best that the best the others are. So different situations, different sets. So again, back to the subject on which set is the best. It's kind of hard to tell because it depends what content you're gonna be doing. Every hero has some sort of setup that doesn't even depend on a set, although this one does depend on a set. but every hero has a setup for speedrunning easier stuff, where you're relying on some sort of AoE aura around you and on some more mobility in the build. If you want more damage reduction, you can use this one, actually. This one is for extra damage reduction, it might help. But still the damage reduction is not going to be that high even with it. And that damage reduction is only if you're standing there. And on bosses, sometimes you might not be able to stand on the boss for so long. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to the previous skill. Because I'd rather make the boss take more damage. Fuck, this is gonna be the worst boss to do on this set. Because it requires me to stand next to the boss, and that boss is a troll. And he kind of does shit tons of damage when you're next to him. Because there's poison on the ground. I wish you could place multiple versions, instances of this firewall. Fuck. Fuck my luck getting the troll boss. Jabber's fight would have been the best to get, because it's big and you can put so many fields that can hit him. You can kind of make circles around him, and all of those fields would hit him, and he doesn't have that much annoying skills on this map from the bosses you can get. Chaosbane also would have been nice and easy, because he's sluggish, slow, and as long as you avoid the tentacles, you are fine with the Chaosbane. Right, we've got 2 keys. I don't think I'm gonna be going for 3 keys on this map. In fact, I don't think I can even beat the troll, but I can try. Ah, fuck, another barrow. Look at that, the barrow is right next to the chest. I didn't even notice it. I think there's someone sadistic on the team that's developing the game that intentionally doesn't want to nerf those barrows. Ah, fuck. All that worked for nothing. If only I could switch my build without having to be in the town for sets and god skills. This is another thing I would like to see possible, to switch my build in the map from my set number 1 to set number 2, 3, 4. Because I would have immediately switched to a different build. I mean, I would have always been using War Master to speed through the map, and then when it's a boss I would be using the other stuff. Right now this boss seems impossible for me with my setup. And the only way to do it would be so much kiting, and it's gonna be so boring to to do it as slowly as it needs to be done. I'm gonna run out of money to revive. Let's see if I can get more damage reduction from somewhere. Or maybe try and kill him with those things. Fuck, how? How did I die? I was there. And he was there. And just some things are kind of broken. Okay, he didn't do this attack then, or at least I didn't see him do that attack with the smashy smash. Okay, I'm gonna try tornadoes. Maybe that's gonna help a bit. Wait, what was on my number 2? Number 2... Fuck, I don't remember what was... Oh yeah, it was Binding White. Fuck, why did this go there? Oh, that's not the tornado, never mind. That's the tornado. This keeps messing with me. Okay.
Knowledge is power.
No, that's not gonna work. Why did I have to fucking do this to myself to start a Chaos 9 invasion and to get Forges of Known with the fucking throw? Fuck. Fuck! One shot again. This is just so fucking boring. Spawn kill, one shot. What the fuck killed me now? He wasn't even moving. I mean, he was moving, but he wasn't even attacking. And there's no poison on the ground, if you saw. Am I just taking damage just by being next to him? Like one shot just by being next to him. Maybe that's what's happening. Any other boss would have been already dead 5-10 times. But I'm gonna get the fucking throw, and now there was puke on the ground, of course. Alright, I'm not gonna waste my time doing this. I'm gonna do something easier. I wanna complete a map with this build though, so I'm gonna try again. Fuck, No, I don't have gold. Splendid. Let's get some. Look, it barely moved. It just really needs to give us more reputation when we give stuff to the guild. How's my gold now? 21,000. Oh, and now I'm not getting a single gold drop. Fuck. Tower of Chaos also costs gold. Alright, the only thing that won't cost me gold would be an expedition. Invasions also are fine, but they're low rank, so they're not gonna give me as much gold as I need. How's my gold now? 25,000. A chest that might give me enough gold. 29, okay, getting there. Open the game to do some runs, okay. Easy D, I can open the game, but just a moment. Online, open. And welcome back, dude, nice to see you again. Okay, it should be opened now. What do you wanna run? I kind of don't have the money though, cause he's trying to get it. But in a moment I will be changing characters. I just wanna do one run with this build on Chaos 9, and then I can change to Bragi, because I wanted to test on Bragi to make a build, but maybe we can leave that for some other time, because there's not gonna be time for me to make the build while we are playing together. But I'd rather play together instead of do the build now. I'm gonna try a Last Song build on Bragi with damage over time some other time. How am I with the cash? Alright, 8 more thousand. I think they kind of did something to the matchmaking though. It doesn't work that well every time. And on Kiwa, for example, there's no even matchmaking options for free roam. And for most of the other stuff, there's just a few options on Kiwa. Just the story options. You don't have anything other than the story options on Kiwa, which is pretty broken. Oh, you're here. Okay, I'm gonna go to the town now. Hopefully I've got the goat. I've got the fragments. I've got the fragments from Tower of Chaos, but I wasted so much gold in the previous game from that fucking throw boss. and I can't start a run. No worries, whatever works. Okay, I still can't get 40,000. 3,000 more. I wonder if I can get them quickly so I can do a run. Come on, 3,000 more gold. 600, 400. Alright, 40,000. I can leave the area. Oh, look at that. I've been missing some stuff. Although I haven't been missing really much because I'm using legendary healing, but it seems like legendary healing is not proccing much when I'm using the step between worlds though. Which town are you on, by the way? Guess it doesn't matter. You can still... You can still do that one. I think we don't even need to be in the same town. And he's not in the match now. Well, okay, you're coming in 2 minutes. By the way, yeah, no worries. They fixed the Thrice Blessed Copper Meadow. I didn't realize you were here, but you probably saw me writing that. So on Conrad right now with the fixed Thrice Blessed Copper Meadow, we get so much cooldown reduction from the God skill tree because they moved the cooldown reduction to be exactly where my build was. So now without changing my God skills at all, I'm getting more flat damage, I'm getting more HP, and I'm getting shitloads of cooldown reduction. It's amazing how they made Conrad the man again when it comes to face tanking stuff. Yeah, you can have over 80%, but I think it's overkill. I think 80% is overkill. In fact, even 76% the way I use it is overkill. I can get 6% more, but I think it's better if you just remove. I'm gonna quickly show you. I'm gonna quickly show you my skill tree so you can see what I'm running on Conrad. it seems like the better option to sacrifice 6 cooldown reduction, because we already have shit votes. So instead of getting this cooldown reduction here and getting this damage over time and all of that, the way I used to use it and still do is I get this armor piercing damage, max energy, and this damage, crit damage. You can also remove that armor piercing stuff and just do this one, and that works fine. Or remove those and do 1, 2, 3 if you want more cooldown, but really that's a lot of cooldown. I mean, I can get like this a lot of cooldown if I want, like that one, and then my cooldown reduction is like 79.5 without any skills being used, without the banner. If I use the banner for cooldown, it's just an overkill. But I kind of prefer like with this and this is the max, so that's over 80%. That's the over 80 version. Actually 80 is the limit. You can't get more than 80. So I'm kind of overkilling it there. And that's why I think, yeah, just maybe stick to something like this one for damage. Seems like a very decent choice. Although this one's not bad either. I mean, 10% armor piercing, 5% damage is also decent versus big bosses and stuff. This one's also okay if you need the damage over time cost reduction, but I don't know, I don't think it's good to go this way or this way. Another thing that might be decent would be maybe getting this damage, but still it's too much cooldown, not enough damage. This one seems to be the best one for damage, I think. Alternatively, someone might want to get Sigmar's Rat and use Sigmar's Rat as well. I'm gonna be experimenting with some counter attack to see it, but alright, let's go back on the mage. And Unterdam, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. And yeah, EZD, I'm gonna invite you. Let me switch heroes though. Who do I wanna play? You use 3 god skills. I assumed that might have been what you would be doing. It makes sense. I was actually considering using Sigmar's Rat instead of my mobility skill. Yeah. 3 god skills. Sigmar's Rat is not bad at all. Let's open the game and invite you. Steam, where's the Steam friends list? So we've got like a half an hour to play, so that's probably a few matches. I've also got some other people on my friends list who are online. Not sure if they want to play together, but I think both of them are some of my viewers, maybe not right now, but from before. So I'm currently playing a build where I can spam spinning blades on this hero. I really love it. Wow, you've been farming legendary ranks. 735. You've spent some time, man, farming those ranks. Let me spend mine. Here, let's get some more of this. Wait, why am I using this one? I guess that's an old one, which probably I shouldn't be using as much. Something like this. Alright, I'm ready. You use Sigmar's Herald for the third god skill, yeah? That's also not a bad one. I mean, there's many ways to do a triple god skill setup. But you can still do pew 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 with the Bastion and heal up without needing to have 3 god skills to heal. But that extra damage from the god skills is also nice. Alright, let's see what to do. Let's do... Corn is easy. Corn is the easiest we can get it to be. Something like this. Wait, first of all, what chaos am I on? Let's increase the chaos. Oh, you wanna pay? Okay, you wanna pay. There we go then. Yeah, relic hunt, but boosted one. Boosted relic hunt with the extra chests. And pew 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 heals. It does heal, by the way. I've been testing it the past few days and pew 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 heals me like crazy. Not sure why it doesn't work for you, but for me pew 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 is my main source of healing and survivability on Conrad. After this match I can change to Conrad so you can see it works for me. Like every time I do it I get that 20% extra HP. Chaosbane really might just take too long and not be worth it, other than the XP, but do we really need XP at our legend levels? 500 and 700. We're kind of overkilling it with the legend levels right now. And I did 95 million damage on Pistolier without even stacking all the damage I could get. So I'm pretty sure Pistolier now can do like 100 million plus damage hits, which is pretty strong. Man, I'm loving this cooldown reduction from the banner. My 4-second cooldown spinning blade ends up proccing and getting to be like 3-second or less based on the procs and stuff, and the cooldown reduction from the banner.
The wrath of my herald. Feel the wrath of my herald.
So is this Chaos 9? Oh, this is Chaos 8? Okay. No wonder they're dying this quickly. Or maybe it's showing me my difficulty, but it actually is on a higher one for him. Alessa definitely feels much stronger than she did before now. with some of the things that have been done for that cooldown. Cooldown was really needed for this spinning blade spammy build to work well, and before on 11-second cooldown or 9-second cooldown it wasn't as good as like now with 4-second cooldown, where you can just spam this almost every 2 seconds if you keep proccing with the amulet and ring and the bow that reduce your cooldowns. You can see how this one jumps every few moments when I'm hitting the enemies, and the cooldown just jumps. Like 1/3 or 1/4 or 1/5 of that cooldown gets quickly jumped fast forwarded kind of. And the damage is much better now. I've done over 40 million solo on this spinning blade. Before I could do like probably even 30 million was like super hard to reach before. And now I'm doing 50 million when I'm with a team. And that's just with 2 men. Imagine with 4 men buffing each other. I can see this spinning blade doing shitloads of damage. I'll have to use that wall ricochet shot, trick shot. Two greens for me. I wonder if he can teleport. He probably can't teleport to me within the map. I think we can only teleport if we are in one town and another town in the outside of the game. Okay, with what? You mean he's outside of the game? Okay, he didn't even need the wood, I guess. Is he that geared up to not need the wood? I'm gonna leave the area then. Okay. How did you even reach that chest from that place? Maybe use the teleport and I didn't see it. I got 2 greens, which is fine. Not so bad. Not the best greens to get. Boss fight to check the pew pew. I wonder which one, probably Neb Maquette, or maybe I'm not sure which one is the best for this test. The one with the AoE, Act 3 would be nice because he has AoE damage over time, but that might end up killing him quickly if he doesn't heal up within like a second or two. But that's how the pew pew can be tested easily. Trying to take damage, but Yeah, I think you might have selected easier difficulty than needed to get him to touch you. Or Chaos 9, because this is Chaos 8 apparently, or at least on my screen it's showing Chaos 8. I think Chaos 9 should be fine. Unless they really nerfed it. Yeah, all the stuff that could help him take some damage should help him test for himself if the pew 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 works. For me it works. When I tested it myself it was working and I was able to heal when taking damage with the pew 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 spamming. This is by the way what I'm running if everyone is wondering. 35% cooldown reduction from passives, all the way here, all the way here, all the way here and all the way here. Amazing setup, if you ask me. It's one of the most fun LS setups I've tried in a long time. He's taking only 17k, he can't test it. Or maybe the poison would help him. I think Act 3 would have been the boss for him to try. They seem to have nerfed the bosses to be easier to kill though. The bosses were very one-shotty before. They don't seem as one-shotty now. Remove some damage reduction rings though. I mean, he can easily remove some damage reduction rings and take damage. I never imagined that those bosses would be this easy to do. Before, on Chaos 9 and 10 I would be getting like 300,000-400,000 damage hit with that skill that now takes me only 1,000. And he takes 17 because he has all the damage reduction. I'm gonna try and take the damage, see how much I take. 23,000 only, wow, okay. And that used to be like 300,000-400,000. There was a point where those were like 800,000-900,000 damage. When you don't have any damage reduction, like when you have 20-30% only. So boss rushes seem to be much more viable to do now, due to them being much easier to do. You don't have as much damage reduction, okay. Yeah, you don't even use the defense banner. That's what I've noticed, that I'm finding myself to survive a lot now with the pew 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 heals. I don't think I even need the defense banner. I still keep it just in case, but I might try removing it to have that extra cooldown and damage. So do Act 3, Act 3, Act 3. The classes are gender walked because they're like some sort of heroes specific. That's kind of been a thing for Warhammer games, gender walking, because you play heroes. You don't create a character, but you play a specific hero from some war or whatever. I think it's just a Warhammer thing in general. I mean, in the Warhammer Online you could create different genders and so on. But in Vermintide, in this game, I'm not sure how it was in Martyr, whether we had gender walks. But yeah, to change the difficulty, oh yeah. I didn't realize I'm the one that needs to change it. Let's try this. If he wants to test it. I didn't realize I'm the one that needs to do this. Stand in the purple field. Purple fields. They should make you take damage. And he's gonna do the AoE now. He's gonna do that annoying AoE thingy. Okay, now you're gonna be taking damage next to him. See, the pew 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 seems to work. Yeah, I'm telling you, it does work. It does work. I've tested it and I know. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's listening, if he's got the stream running. He said his net is bad. So yeah, I've got like 13 more minutes until half past. So you're still playing Warhammer Online, Return of Reckoning. There's people playing running a private server, and I know there's people, even some of my viewers said there are people streaming the game, the Warhammer Online on the private servers. But even though the classes are gender walked, I don't really care. I mean, it's just some toon that's using my skills. It doesn't bother me, but I know many people get bothered by things like those. But it's not like in Diablo 2 the classes weren't gender walked either. I mean, I don't remember female barbarians in Diablo 2 or male sorcerers. I don't remember female necros either. So it's not like the greatest game that that kind of strategy told Diablo 1 and 2 in that genre didn't have gender walks either. It's always nice to not have them, but it's not gonna break the game for me.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Feel the wrath of my herald.
Oh, this bug where I'm jumping into my spinning blade and then it gets picked up and disappears. Oh shit, I'm so close to the entrance of the banner. I was like on the edges, not getting the bonus. But when I'm in the banner I can get my damage to be like 15 million per hit with the spinning blade, which is pretty solid. Pretty nice to have someone buffing you. I'm not sure whether I'm buffing him much, probably just with health regeneration and stuff. I could give him some damage reduction with that grassy field, but that's it, I think. Other than that, it's just health regeneration mostly. But Conrad is a machine. It's a mean, badass machine now that they fixed the pew pew healing. You don't need that much survivability if the pew pew healing works. maybe 2021. We already have games with classes without a gender. We have Torchlight 3 with the Forged that doesn't have a gender. We have Borderlands 3 with Fwack, who is gender binary. So we already have games with that mechanic. So it's not even 2021 that we need to wait to for classes like that, and that's fine. I mean, who cares if a robot has a gender or not? It's a robot, so it's pretty normal for Forged, which is a robot, or for Fwack in Borderlands 3, for example, to be like that. That's just some things that if people like it and if people need to see this in games, well, let them see it. I don't really care if something like that is in a game or not, but I'm pretty sure there's many who do care, who feel like they're represented when there's characters like that, and that's pretty normal. I mean, if developers feel that that's needed in a game, fantasy game especially, sci-fi game too, then so be it. I've been seeing some people trash talking about things like those, but why does it even bother some people to have things like those in games? It shouldn't bother anyone. It's just a toon, it's a character, it's something in a game. So it's not like I'm not gonna play the character because it's not my gender. As you can see, I'm playing Alessa, which is female. In fact, actually, mostly play female characters because male characters just look weird when they're dressed in mage robes in most games. Then there are games like those where mage characters don't look like they're wearing some dresses, but in most MMOs I mostly play mages, and I mostly play female mages because the male ones looks fucking ridiculous. Especially in the Asian grinder MMOs, in those I've seen some ridiculous mage white armor, quad armor designs for male mages.
wrath of my herald.
I'm loving the damage though. I'm loving the damage this Kiwa build can dish out now compared to before. And he's doing a lot of damage. EZD, my teammate, is also doing plenty of damage. And also stunning with that Pew Pew skill. I'm loving Sigmar's Bastion being able to stun every few seconds an enemy. I mean, it can stun every second, every Pew can stun, but an enemy has a stun resistance. He's doing 20 million, yeah? That seems kind of about right. With the meteors and with some of the other skills. We can maybe do one more map. Let's do double Conrad. Let's do double Conrad. I'm gonna go on Conrad too. And we can do double the Conrad. I'm not sure if he heard me, so I'm gonna say it again. Did he take the wood? I think he... Did he just end with after one chest and go out after opening one of the chests? Oh, he heard me. Okay. Okay, let me quickly walk on Conrad for the final match. Yeah, you forgot. You forgot. There were two more chests that were not even opened. So I'm gonna quickly change to Conrad so we can do double the soldier for the final map of my night. I can still play after I finish my stream, but I'm not gonna be able to do anything but chat and play. And we can still do some hunting after I end the stream after this map. I won't mind it if we do some more farming. So I'm gonna quickly open the game, invite you. And co-op isn't that really buggy, but there are some things that that might seem buggy and be buggy, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad with the co-op. I'm not sure what you're referring to when you're saying buggy 35 Reich. What exactly do you mean by co-op being buggy? So if you're using the damage banner, I'm not sure whether we can stack two damage banners, so I'm gonna be using the damage reduction one. But this one. Not sure if I need padded armor. I could probably get Bastion against corruption. We can do Chaos 10. We can do Chaos 10 now. For the final. Oh, actually, I've been on Chaos 10 with this one. It makes sense. Let's do Corn because it's the easier one. So final map of the night. Chaosbane release co-op. Yeah, Chaosbane release, the co-op was terrible. In the Chaosbane release I know the co-op was terrible. But the game has been through a lot of quality of life and other changes since the release. It's been almost a year since the release, so many things are much better now, much better. And with this much cooldown reduction I can kind of spam some of the god skills. Alright, their buff ended, so now they're actually taking damage. And now without needing to use legendary healing and actually we could try and get some more enemies for Blade of Vengeance stacks. Much better when you have someone hitting for Blade of Vengeance. But yeah, those 20 plus million hits are amazing. Pretty spammy. Alright, let's move. Yeah, that was a good call. Otherwise, the way our build works, or our builds are pretty similar. Not exactly the same, but pretty much the same archetype of a build, because the same set and similar skills. And so the way it works is we need enemies to hit us so we can block. And when we block, we can get some stacks, Blade of Vengeance stacks. Each stack gives us 20% damage and 3% damage reduction and other things. So the more enemies around us, the better for us, because the more chance of us blocking. And kind of melting the Chaosbane with those meteors, both of us. Oh fuck, I forgot to move. And that's fine, that's fine. It's normal on Chaosbane if I don't pay attention to take that much damage. What rings am I wearing? I'm not wearing damage reduction rings, only one of them. The other one is a damage one. No, cooldown one. I don't even need that cooldown ring now anymore. I must change some of my items. I never paid attention that I'm wearing a cooldown ring when I don't really need it now. So I'm gonna see what I can take. Probably a purple signet. I'm gonna quickly stay here in the corner. And purple signet. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've got a purple signet. Fuck. Let's try this one. Ring of Resonance to keep stunning the enemies. Might work pretty well. Because this ring of retribution or whatever it's called for the cooldowns, it's just useless now that I've almost got my cooldown reduction maxed out. And I'm proccing my cooldown so much. Pretty much not needed. It was good road, so that's why I was using it, and I also needed the cooldowns back then before the changes with the Chaos patch, Tower of Chaos patch. So once this map is done, I'm gonna take like a minute to end the stream, and then I can keep playing. I can keep playing afterwards, just not streaming. Look how many enemies, wow. Oh, someone healed him. Wow, okay. Big boy getting healed. Right, 2 keys unlocked. Not sure whether we're gonna unlock all 3 keys before killing the boss, but that's fine. Two chests is still a lot of wood. Still got a lot of items I wanna min-max and squeeze more of, but mostly on the other heroes. On this guy I'm pretty happy with the way he is. I do want to get some counter-attack damage items for the meteoric set with good base counter-attack damage. Just try it again, see if it's any better. Before it was complete trash playing a counter-attack base build, even with the meteoric set that supposedly is played with counter-attack stuff going on for it. And the DLC character is pretty solid. She's actually a very fun hero, which from day one, from when they added her, she's been pretty strong. She has a very nice melee and turret setup, and overall she needs some of the weak skills to get stronger, but the strong skills are strong enough to compete with the others. So she's in my favorite top 3 characters or top 4 characters. I can't say which one of the top 4 I like more. All of them are on my top 1 spot. So I've got 4 heroes that are on my top 1 and 1 hero that I really like but feels slightly less strong. At least used to feel slightly less strong. Alessa, the elf, used to feel less strong, but now she does feel pretty nice. So right now I think there's for every hero there's a very good, strong, decent build you can run without needing that much of an investment into green items. Of course, it's always good to have many greens, but with Kiwa on day 1, without even having a full set, just randomly mixed red items, I was able to do like Chaos 7 and 8 maps with the melee build. Of course, when I get the full set, things changed completely and I could like push to Chaos 8, 9 without problem. Then when I got more greens, Chaos 10 was also doable, but still better to do Chaos 9 for the speed. So far 2 pieces of meteoric iron with good counter-attack base. Alright, I'm gonna quickly end the stream because it's half past midnight, in fact 37 minutes past midnight. But thanks for watching, folks. Tomorrow maybe there's gonna be Minecraft dungeons, maybe even Vast Epoch, because I still have to play the new update on Vast Epoch. But keep it cool until next time and goodbye.